Good morning, all.
Sir,
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. So we will wait for 2 more minutes and then we can start. Okay. I will share my screen. Please let me know if it is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes. It is visible, na?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So we will start with a quick recap and then we can proceed. Okay. So can anyone tell me the bullet points? What we saw yesterday? Bullet points. I will purposely make this screen blank. Yes. We started with what?
We started with 4 voices.
Why
Yes.
improvement is required?
We started with why is improvement required. We saw the lots of example to sustain in the current competitive world. And always remember, we want to improve as an organization, but we want to improve as an individual as well. We need to upgrade ourselves as well, or we will also be outdated. So then we started. After that, what we saw?
We saw COQ, quality,
Yes, but prior to that, four golden voices of the management: VOC, VOB, VOP, and
VOE.
VOE. After that,
What is quality? Then we discussed about the what are the what is quality, what is need and what is expectation. The difference between needs and expectation.
very good,
Why
very good.
quality? What is good quality?
Yes. So we started with what quality, difference between need expectation, high quality, transformation of Japan. And then we saw the COQ because it is a very, very important. So
Yes.
cost of quality. Yes, cost of quality is the cost of good quality plus cost of poor
At
quality.
poor
Correct?
quality.
Okay. So what are the four elements of cost of quality?
Preventive cost, appraisal cost, internal failure cost, and external failure cost.
Very good. So preventive cost and appraisal cost are the part of cost of good quality, and internal failure cost and external failure cost are part of the
Poor quality.
work. Yes. Can anyone tell me prevention cost? What it includes in prevention cost?
Mainly the designing cost means the cost required to change in any design or to reduce the defect.
Okay. So design training cost.
Trend
Employee
So
training, design review, FMEA, process
yes,
improvement cost,
process
prevention,
yes.
improvement cost.
supplier
Yes.
evaluation.
These are always better. These are always better because these are prevention cost, right? And prevention cost is, so we also saw that 1-10-100 rule, that one is called as prevention cost. After that, we saw the appraisal cost. Appraisal cost means what? TIA,
TIA.
what is? Yes. Testing,
Test,
inspection.
inspection and audit.
Whatever you do regarding testing, inspection, or auditing is nothing else but appraisal cost. Okay. And normally, as I told, prevention cost, normally we are taking care that defect should not occur. So it is a preventive. And then appraisal cost, if defect is generated, we should caught that defect either by testing, either by inspection, or either by auditing, but we'll caught that defect. Okay. And when you caught the defect at the source or after the source, immediately that is good. But if you caught the defect in PDI, if it is defect caught by the customer, then it is a very, very costly. After appraisal cost, we saw the cost of poor quality. It is all the expenses. Huh? It is not the investment. It is all the expenses. So sometimes there is a customer complaints and we need to pay high penalties like that. But internal failure cost is what? This is internal, still within the boundary of our organization. Rework, scrap, sorting. If any part is damaged and suppose we are doing sorting, these are all the elements of the internal failure cost. What is external failure cost?
That is the loss of reputation.
Yes, it is all it includes loss of reputation as well as the penalties by the customer. Suppose sometimes
Penalties by the
customers pay
customer.
the high
Brand image
penalty.
damage. Yes.
So penalties also and one of this damage, but normally it includes
The
that
warranty
all the
claims,
penalties.
customer penalties, or
Yes,
the rework, repair
yes,
replacement cost.
yes. But at customer end, you work at customer end, etc. That is called as external failure cost. So these are very, very important. After that, what we saw?
Then we discussed about Poka. Then Juran's quality curve.
Yes, Juran's quality curve. So just understand it, it will take time. So Juran quality curve is very simple. It indicates that the cost of quality, how that graph actually that shows. So suppose we need a certain cost in order to prevent the defect to occur. So prevention plus appraisal cost. And if the cost of poor quality increases when our compliance also decreases, but cost is increased. So it is always better that we should invest in prevention or appraisal. Okay. After that, what we discussed?
110 100 rule.
Yes, 110 100 or sometimes 1000. So prevention cost is always better. So if it is a $1, but then correction cost, it will cost 10 times bigger than the prevention cost. Failure cost is a 10 times more than the cost of correction. And if it is a brand image loss, then it will be a very, very costly affair. It will be near about again 10 times than the internal failure cost. So we should always avoid our brand image loss. We should always avoid in external failure cost. But brand image loss is the worst because it is a loss of trust, loss of business. Okay.
Then we 99 difference between 99% and 99.99967% defects.
Yes, very good. That also we saw 99.99967 is always a Six Sigma level. Six Sigma is not a part of discussion of this training, but Six Sigma is the 3.42 defects in 10 million. So that is the Six Sigma level. So when we achieve that level, then what will be the 99% good versus 99.99967% good. Then
Poka-yoke.
yes. So Poka Yoke is a two Japanese word. One is called as Poka and one is called as Yoke. So Poka means mistake or error and Yoke means proof. So mistake proofing. So who invented Poka Yoke?
Shiego Shingo.
Shiego Shingu. He was an industrial engineer and he was working for the Toyota. He was a consultant as well. And he invented or he discovered or he developed the concept of Poka-yoke in 1960s. And what was the incident? What was the story?
That the workers used to place the spring, misplacing the spring and placing the switch first.
What? Okay, as other also can speak. So mainly, what was that incident that he observed that worker
missed
or
it to put the
operator?
spring inside.
Yes,
Yeah, then
yes. So what he observed that operator forgot to put a spring, but it was not intentionally. So it was not intentionally. So two things you observe that operator can forget. So even as a human, we are human and we are not machines. We as a human can forget because we are human. We have emotions, right? And sometimes we are fatigued, stressed, or emotional. So we can forget. Okay. But it was not intentional. So his intention was not that I should not insert a spring. But Shingo observed that this can lead to a severe consequences. So he developed the concept of Pokayoke, and first Pokayoke in the world was very simple. He just placed two springs at one location, and he instructed the operator that you need to look at these springs, and if there are two, then and then only you need to pick. So if there is a one spring is there, so then you need not to pick. It was a very simple Poca. At that time there was no sensors, no automation, etc. Developed in 1960s, near about 65 to 70 years back. So it was a simple Poca, right? So what was the
yes,
earlier name of Pokayoke?
Bakayoke.
Baka. Baka
Baka-yoke.
means idiot.
Idiot.
Yes. So idiot. So this idiot word is normally people are feeling very awkward. So I am doing work for 8 hours, 10 hours, and if it is not intention, my not intention, but I forget to put suppose spring or forget to put screws, but you are calling me an idiot. So that was hurting to the operator, and hence Shigo Shingo replace the word Poka with Baka with Poka. Correct? Yes. After that, what is error? Can anyone tell me what is error?
Error is basically that is unintentional mistake.
Yes. It is unintentional, inadvertent, and
Inadvertent,
accidental
accident.
mistakes made by human. Okay, these are made by humans.
Yeah.
Inadvertent, unintentional, and accidental mistakes made by human. Okay, so I will share my screen once again. One minute is hang. 1 minute, I will once again share. There's some problem. Is it visible? Screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is the summary slide. In prevention appraisal. You can always look at this slide only because it is summary. So it will help you a lot. Okay. Then that is also important. If input is good, process is bad, output will be bad. If input is bad, process is good, output will be the bad. But if you want to achieve a good result, a good output, then we should take care of input as well as the process. Okay. Then we also saw the difference between skill and knowledge, qualified worker. Okay, the meaning of Poka Yoke, Mr. Shiego Shingo. And as per Shiego Shingo, that is very, very, very important. Normally, defects occurs because when we are making some errors and the result of that error is a defect. Correct? Suppose I want to type my name. That's a Kiran, Kiran. But instead of Kiran, I typed Kirun. Means it is error. Once I press enter, suppose it is printed on the coffee mug. So Kirun, I just instead of Run, but it is an error. It is not defect yet. But suppose I enter and it printed automatically on a coffee mug, then it is a defect. So that is the difference. So what Shingo-san observed that we need to focus on the errors. Why humans or workers are making errors, and can we discover those errors and can we eliminate those errors? So we will saw the 10 types of errors made by human today. That is very, very interesting, right? So Bakayoke, then what are the examples of typical examples of errors in industries? Missing part, misassembled part, incorrect processing, and
Processing,
incorrect part.
incorrect parts.
These are main. There are yes, but these are main. Missing part, misassembled parts, incorrect processing. I am not following the SOP or work instruction. Missing, I forgot to put. Misassembled, I assembled it but wrongly. Wrong orientation, incorrect processing. I have not followed the instruction of making the roti. It is an incorrect processing and incorrect parts. Instead of A, I use B. While making roti, instead of using this atta, I use different atta, for example. So that is called as incorrect parts. Okay. Then now today's topic is, we yesterday saw or we discussed that error is unintentional, error is accidental, and error is inadvertent. Even the operator is saying that I didn't make it intentionally. I was thinking there are lots of thoughts in my mind and hence the assembly was not correct. But because of that incorrect assembly, so anyone's lives is on threat. So we are threatening anyone's life. Then it is a very, very dangerous. Yes or no? Because I did it, I forget, but it may lead to a serious or severe consequence. So we will see what are the consequences or impacts of error, even though I'm still using the word, even though it is unintentional. So first is injuries. So I still remember my first day when I was working in one of the company. So it was my first day and I observed that there was a huge die casting machine and there was some problem. So there are big dies are installed on that, and there are cores. I don't know whether you are aware of that. So there are cores. What is core? One in and out. So these are the some mechanical. So in that dies there are some cores that is in and out. So these are the mechanical in and out. But that was in and out motion was not happening correctly. So that there was a breakdown, and maintenance person he came. There was a big machine and he stood. So we put the machine on manual modes at that time. No, actually emergency. We should press emergency, but we need to check it manually. And that person were standing there. He was working. So there were two cores, and he were checking in out. It is happening properly or not. But he was working on the core one. Core one was giving malfunctioning. In out was not proper, and his hand was in the path of core two. And he instructed that casual worker that please in the core by manual. So there, can you please mute anyone? There is lots of background noise. Hello. Please be on mute, everyone. And when you want to speak, you can unmute and speak, please. Okay. So what he observed that then he was standing there and he instructed casual worker that please insert the core. And he inserted the core, but it inserted the wrong core in, and that hand was in path of core 2 and he was working on core 1. All his four fingers are cut. So this was the incident observed. So this was the incident I saw on my first day of corporate, working as a corporate. So four fingers really cut because of that, and he was literally the blooding. Lot of blood is in. He was literally crying. So this is a very simple mistake. Instead of core one, that casual worker he pressed core two, because what observed that in that core one and core two that words are not visible, and he thought that it is a core one, and he inserted the core 2 instead of core 1, and unfortunately his hand was in the path of core 2. So one more incident that normally in die casting industry, normally we feel the nitrogen. Nitrogen is inert gas. So now there are lots of tests. Now the technology is advanced, but at that time one technique was the flame test. So we need to do the flame test, and if the flame is igniting, then it is oxygen or it is nitrogen. It looks like same. At that time, there was no color coding like that. And instead of nitrogen, that maintenance schedule worker filled oxygen in that machine. That is very, very dangerous. Instead of, because nitrogen is inert gas. And as soon as that machine run, so it was blasted. So it was one of the incident in one of the in Maharashtra. So machine blasted and four workers died. So maintenance technician, his casual worker, machine operator, and his helper. So that was unintentional. Instead of a nitrogen, he put oxygen. He was saying that it is mistake. It is an unintentional mistake. So I didn't it intentionally, even though he did not did it intentionally, but the impact was the four persons died. It is the problem. I saw one of the incident that a person were operating the machine and there was no engineering control and there was a malfunctioning. So there were maintenance supposed to work on that, but some error has happened that malfunctioning was still there and they said that it is okay. And in when he was operating machine, when he was removing casting by hand, so some malfunctioning happened and die came forward and his hand stuck in between that, and we cut his hand, left hand. It was stuck and he was literally shouting. So because of that malfunctioning, his hand got stuck and we need to cut that hand because it was not difficult. It was very difficult to remove that. So that these are the some incidences. Even though it was not intentional, it was not intention of maintenance person that malfunction should happen. So hence errors are dangerous. And sometimes if the errors are related to our life, it is a life threat to our life, like airplane crashes or any other incidences where injuries will happen or where big blasts will happen like that. And even though my intention was not that, but the consequence can be severe. And hence we need to work on that error part. So one of the injuries. Impact of the error is injuries. Second is the lost time. So most of the time we will lose our time. I yesterday gave you example that one of the worker inserted piece wrongly, wrong orientation, and because of that the line stopped, OEM line stopped, and they were telling us that please send us a good quality casting, but we don't have the stock. So there they were waiting, so that time was lost. Again we need to produce. Again we need to change that part. Again we need to produce casting. Again we need to do machining, and again we need to send this casting to the OEM. So there is a lost time. So and when there is a lost time, there is a lost money. There was a huge penalty. So impacts or consequences of error can be injuries, lost time, lost money, and D is very dangerous, possibly lost business. Possibly lost business. Yesterday I saw that airbag manufacturing company lost the business completely and they were bankrupt. They are not existing right now. So these are the impacts or consequences of error. And even though it is unintentional, but it can loss to the business, loss money, loss time and injuries. And hence we need to work on error, and hence it is important that we should look the opportunities for the Poka, mistake proofing or error proofing. Okay. And that is the line. We need to avoid errors even though unintentional and accidental, because impact can be severe or sometimes not severe. But if it is a severe, then it will totally business will be lost or brand image loss. And hence you need to avoid errors. Okay. Correct. Now we will discuss one concept, error versus defect. So can anyone tell me what is error, what is defect?
Error is a mistake we are doing on some product, and defect is the product itself.
Can anyone? What is
Error
error?
is
What is
basically unintentional, and
no,
defect.
I know unintentional, but for example, as I told, suppose I need to print type my name, and instead of KIRAN, if I type KIRUN, now this is error because unintentionally I instead of KIRAN I type KIRUN, but it is not defect. Defect is on product. Suppose I am making a product of coffee mug. Okay. Right now it is in computer. That is error. Error never on defect. So error is different than defect. So KIRUN I just type. So it is an error. But once I press enter, it is converted into defect because that name is typed on the coffee mug, for example. So what is error and what is defect? Defect is always on product. So defect is itself not a product. For example, my product is roti, making roti or making pizza. And I forgot to put toppings in pizza. I forgot to put salt in curry. These are the defects. Defects are always a part of product. Always remember. So sometimes we produce 100 parts and suppose 99 parts are okay, and on only one part there are 2 or 3 defects, and that part is called as defective part. But defect is always on product. So that is very, very important. Defect is always on product. So product, customer will not buy that product, or we will not send this product to the customer. So that is defect because we observed defect. Suppose I am making a coffee mug and I observed a crack. So I should not dispatch that cracked mug to customer. So that is a defect. Crack is a defect. So spelling incorrect. So I put KIRUN on that is printed on that mug. That is incorrect. So this is a defect. So now please tell me what is error and what is defect in your own words.
Error is the difference between the actual value and the observed value, and defect is the out of the requirement. Means it is not meeting the requirement.
This is the very yes, that is correct. But here I are you able to see my screen? So I mentioned what is error, what is defect. Always remember, error is a cause.
Error is a
Error
human mistake.
Yes, error is a cause. So that is cause. I have printed KIRUN. So it is a cause. Error is a cause. And defect is the result of an error. So that defect will occur on that coffee mug. It is a result. So what Shingo was observed that operators were making that errors and that errors are turning into defects. So errors will always turn into the defect. Suppose I need to follow this SOP while making a tea and I am not following the SOP. Then my product will be tea. That product will not good because I have not followed the SOP. So error is a cause that I have not followed that, and defect is always the result of an error. Always remember. Error is a part of process. It is a part of process. I am writing my name. This is my process to type KIRAN. This is a part of process. And during this part of process, instead of RAN, I typed RUN. But defect is a part of product. Now this KIRUN is printed on coffee mug. And that coffee mug is my product. So defect is a part of product. Error is a part of process because I typed KIRUN. It is still doing. I'm making a tea. I'm making a roti. It is a part of error. So I forgot to put sugar in tea. And some persons like tea with sugar. So I forgot. So I forgot to put sugar. So it is my process is going on. So error has happened because I forget to put sugar. But unless and until I deliver that tea to the customer, and when customer will test it and he will say it is a defect. So I want a tea with sugar. So error is a part of process. It is happening in the process. But defect is the always a result. It is a part of product. Understood? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Error is a part of process. Always remember, it is part of. I am doing something. I forget. There are lots of 10 types of human mistakes. So one of these forget. So normally we forget. So I'm taking that mistake. So we normally forget. So it is a part of process. And when we forget to put sugar, and because of that, it will affect on my product. My product is tea, and that is defect. Always remember, error cannot travel to the next station. Defect may travel to the next station. For example, I made an error while typing KIRUN. So it will be there only. But suppose KIRUN printed on the coffee mug and my inspector is inspecting and he doesn't catch that defect and he transport that coffee mug to the next station, and next station is packing of coffee mug, printing, label printing on that coffee mug, putting address on that coffee mug. So the next operator will not take care of that. He will assume that it is inspected by the inspector, it is correct. He will just pack it and send it to my address. So defect may travel to the next station. If he caught the defect, it will reject that part. Ins process inspector. Suppose he forgot to caught the defect, then it will move to the next station. But error is on that station only. I am typing KIRUN. It cannot travel to the next station. It is happened on that station only where I am printing. So error cannot travel to the next station. It is on that particular machine, on that particular laptop. I am making it. It is that, but defect is a product. It can travel. So suppose sugar. So I forgot to put sugar. It is there only, that near to the workstation, near to the gas stove. And suppose my product is a tea, and that tea is served to the next building. So that defect can travel from this building to next building, but error will occur at that source only. Example is letters are typed in box when numbers are supposed to enter. Now there are Poka, okay, you cannot type the letters. But suppose that one firm is asking me put your mobile number. That numeric values are only accepted. That is a Poka, okay, again. When there was no Poka, okay, so I can type KIRAN. Whether it is mentioned that only numeric values can be inserted, but I am typing KIRAN. So letters are typed in box when numbers are supposed to enter. So that was happening, and hence it is Pokayoke done that. If it is a numeric value, then only that computer says no, it is not numeric value, so it will not accept. It enter numeric values only. For example, when you want to enter your CTC, so company is saying put your words in numeric. So you cannot say 30 THIRT 30 TY. No, it will accept only the numerical numbers. Okay. So errors cannot travel to the next station. Error is a part of process. Error is a cause. but defect is a result. And hence, Shingo is always saying that. Shingo is always saying that. Please focus here. Please focus here. It is a result. My rotis are burned, and again I'm inspecting and removing 10 burnt rotis and delivering the 90 rotis, good rotis. But why 10 rotis are burnt? What is the error? So what is the related to machine setting? Hello, please be on mute. Okay. So this is error. Hello, who is?
You can mute to all participants.
I done it, but again, okay. So that is difference between error versus defect. Okay. It is a cause, it is the result. Defect is always the result. Error is a part of process, defect is a part of product. It cannot travel to the next station. Error cannot travel to the next station. Defect may travel to the next station. So that is the difference between error versus defect. And as per Shiyogo Shingo, we should work on error. So why human error occurs? So that is the difference between error versus defect. Okay. Now, normally human made mistakes. Okay. So there are 10 types of mistakes. There are 10 types of mistakes human can make. So now we will see which are the 10 types of human mistakes or error. First is forgetfulness. So we are discussing since yesterday. I forget to put sugar in tea. My wife forget to put salt in curry. Operator forget to uh, put two springs in that assembly. Operator forgot to put screws. So first type of human error is forgetfulness. So I am forgetting. I am forgetting. Okay. Second is misunderstanding. What does it mean? Sometimes we make mistakes by jumping to the wrong conclusion. We are concluding that that may be the reason. So we are not going in deep. We are not going in deep. We are directly jumping to the conclusion. We are not doing the root cause analysis properly. It is misunderstanding. This may be the reason. So remove that operator. So misunderstanding. That is the one very danger. For example, I was working in one of the company, and one workstation efficiency was not up to the mark. It was a manual work. Okay. And as efficiency was not there, my one of the manager, my boss or my directly reporting manager was very good. He was from Toyota. But one of the manager was always thinking that issue an warning letter to the operator because efficiency is low. He was never going to the Gemba. He was not understanding what is happening. He was not understanding the facts on the Gemba. But when my manager who came from the Toyota and I went to the shop floor, we observed that there was a switch, and that switch need to be operated by the feet. So we need to operate that switch by feet, and then there was a table. That table was turning. Suppose I put the switch on paddle, then it was turning, and I need to load the job manually. Again, I need to put the paddle. Again, table will turn, and again I need to put the job manually like that. So every time that operator need to operate that pedal switch. And what was the target? Target was near about 300 in hour. So 300 times in an hour, he need to put, he need to press that pedal switch. So imagine the fatigue level. Imagine the fatigue level. We are expecting that operator should operate that pedal switch. It is manually operated by with the help of his feet. And we are expecting that he should operate it 300 times in an hour. And again, he need to work for the 7 hours. Sometimes they were working for the 12 hours. Again, they are coming back to the work on the next day. Again, they were doing the same. Operators literally fatigued, overstressed. And my manager was seeing the issue warning letter to him because his efficiency is low. When we observed the real fact, we literally started crying. So how that operator is working, and we did some automation there. So automatically that table is indexing after some seconds like that. And now operator literally started crying because we are misunderstanding that he is not working properly. We're directly jumping to the conclusion. We are not analyzing the facts. So this is one of the error, misunderstanding. Normally in relation, this error can happen, misunderstanding. So we never discuss and we assume something, and there is a misunderstanding. Third error is wrong identification. We misjudge a situation because we view it too quickly. We are observing and we are doing some wrong identification, very quick observation. We are not standing there for hours. We are just one of the incident we were, and that is wrong identification. So we are misjudging the situation because we are viewing it too quickly. We are not spending time on Gemba. And just that operator did this, operator did this. For example, operator finds it difficult. He need to press the part with his own hands because there was some problem in fixture. So we observe that operator is taking time to load the job. But the reality was that there was some problem in that fixture and operator was finding difficulty to load the job in that fixture. But what we observe that operator is taking time to put the job in fixture. But there was some damages happened and job is not inserted correctly in that fixture. But we are misjudged that no, operator is doing time pass. For example, fourth error is errors made by amateurs. Means these are the untrained workers. Errors made by untrained workers. So normally we discuss that we should deploy a qualified worker at least for a critical workstation. Ideally on all workstation, but for example, some critical assemblies, critical machining is there. We should deploy a qualified worker. Who is qualified worker? Having the physical attributes, having the required intelligence and education, and having the skills and knowledge, right? So when we are deploying the untrained workers on that workstation, and if the mistakes made by them, so this is one of the type of the human error. So either you need to take care whether operator is forgetting, or there is a misunderstanding, or there is a wrong identification, or these are error made because operators are untrained. That causes to the defect. Willful errors. Errors when made when we ignore rules under certain circumstances. For example, we are breaking the road signals. Willful errors. It is willful errors. We are ignoring the rules under not always, under certain circumstances. For example, suppose I need to reach, I need to start training at 9:30 and I was out of the city and I came very fastly and I break this signal because it is a circumstances that I need to start a training at 9:30 and hence I break the rule. But it is a willful error. So we are ignoring the rules because I need to start a training on 9:30. So purposely I am breaking the signals. But there is some circumstances and hence, but accident can happen. Accident may happen. Even though my intention is good that I need to start at 9:30, I should not, participant should not wait because of me, but that is called as willful error. Sixth is called as inadvertent error. What does it mean? We don't know the mistakes are happened because we are absent-minded. As I discussed yesterday, error is inadvertent. Inadvertent means we are absent-minded, either because of distraction, either because of fatigue, X, Y, Z. Suppose operator is working for the 12 hours. Just imagine, no? It is a manual machine and operator is working for the 12 hours. So sometimes when I was very junior engineer, GET, and I was operating in shift. So normally I came in the first shift and my reliever who in the second shift and he didn't came. So as per rule, I need to continue first and second shift because supervisor should be there on the shop floor. So I continued. So I completed first shift I wake up at 4 a.m. and then I went to the at that particular last night I slept at 1 a.m. and only 3 hours sleep. I wake up at 4 a.m. I went to the duty. I completed my first shift, but second shift supervisor didn't came. So I continued second shift as well. Third shift supervisor also not came. So as a rule, I need to continue third shift as well because normally there are lots of absenteeism in third shift. So I was literally fatigued. And again on the next day, my shift will continue because I am the first shift. So now imagine, so I did it near about 24 hours and again on the day one. So first shift, second shift, third shift, and again I'm continuing my first shift, my own. Now I am fatigued. So I can make errors. While suppose I need to type the reports, so I can make error because I'm fatigued or sometimes I'm distracted. So these are called as inadvertent errors. Suppose operators are working for the 12 hours. Suppose they are working for the 16 hours. We are sitting in AC, we are sitting in conferences rooms, and operators they are working on the machine. They are struggling. Their minimum requirement is, sir, please provide fan to this workstation, sir. I am working for the 12 hours, 16 hours. And sometimes we are not putting the fans as well, particularly in some of the industries in India, I observe that operator was literally working in summer. There is a very hot weather, and they are working and they are demanding only a fan, and they are working there for 16 hours. They are working there for 12 hours because they are fatigued or sometimes they are distracted. We are also normally 6,200 thoughts in a day. So there also thoughts are coming in their mind and they are distracted and they are also fatigued. So they will make an error. They may make an error. They will not, they may make an error. So this is called as inadvertent error. Seventh is error due to slowness. Now, suppose I am working right now at suppose 42, 45 years operator age. And suppose operator is working at 57 years of age. These are the errors due to slowness. Our actions are slowed down. Now I'm telling operator, please load the job very quickly. And operator is struggling. He is suffering from lots of diseases, for example, diabetes, etc., etc. And he's working there, the actions are slow. So these errors are because of the slowness. And it may happen to any defect or any severe consequences. So these are 7 errors. So first is forgetfulness, operator forget, misunderstanding. We are directly jumping to the conclusion. We are not analyzing the reality. We are not going to the shop floor to understand the facts. It is just misunderstanding. Third is wrong identification because we normally assess the situation very quickly. The operator is doing time pass, but literally he is finding difficulty to load the job. It was our error that we did it wrong identification. Then errors made when the untrained workers are deployed. So because they are not trained properly, Toyota normally gives 7 days training. That is called as dojo center. So in dojo center they are working, and then these workers are sent on the shop floor. So 7 days they were trained in one of the training center called as dojo center or dexterity center, and then they are acquired the necessary skills, knowledge, education, and then they will sent on the shop floor. So that errors made by untrained workers, that type is avoided in Toyota because operators are trained correctly. Like our army, they are training our soldiers like that. So willful errors means errors when we ignore the rules under certain circumstances. Inadvertent error, mistakes are happened because we are absent-minded or fatigued, distracted, and errors due to slowness. Mistakes when our actions are slowed down. It is errors due to lack of standards. When we are not preparing the correct SOP, work instructions. So that is problem. It is not followed. Work instruction and SOPs are not followed. But normally we are saying that operator is not following the work instruction. But firstly, we need to ask the question to ourselves. Are the work instruction, can operator follow? Suppose it is not in local language and he only understand Marathi or Telugu or Kannada and you are displayed in English language. And there are no visuals, only there is writing, 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 writing. There are 65 pages of SOP, all in English, hi-fi English. We are displaying that work instruction on the shop floor, and we are telling operator that he should follow the work instruction. We are not involving him. We are not displayed in local language. We are not telling operators the bullet points. We are supposed to tell the operators the bullet points. And then there are error. And suppose we trained operator, but then also he is not following SOP, then it is not your fault, it's operator, it's a mistake because he is not following the SOP. But first question to the management, how you are training your operators on SOPs. So if time permits, I will discuss how to train operators on SOPs. Okay. Surprise errors. These errors occur when equipment runs differently than expected. So I'm assuming that this equipment should work like this, but something is happened, I don't know, because of some malfunction, equipment not maintained correctly, no preventive maintenance, and this is called as surprise errors. Suppose we are not maintaining our body and something breakdown has happened, this is differently than expected. So error occurs when equipment runs differently. That incident I told you now, that hand stuck between two dies because there was a machine malfunctioning. It is a surprise error. Even though it is not intentional, but it is surprise error. Machine was not maintained properly, and hence there was a malfunctioning. But the result was that hand stuck between the two dies. And 10 is intentional errors. Actually, error should not be intentional, but one of the type they are mentioning that suppose we are doing taking a lots of action, but if people are making it intentionally, ideally it should not call as error, but particularly they are using the word intentional. So sometimes I installed, but if operator doing it intentionally, then it is very difficult. For that, sometimes Poka will not work. Sometimes work or sometimes will not work. For that, there are different, we need to take a different action. We will discuss it later on. Okay. So these are called as 10 types of errors. Okay. Correct? Understood? So just for your information, forgetfulness, misunderstanding, wrong identification, errors made by amateurs, willful errors, inadvertent errors, errors due to slowness, errors due to lack of standards, surprise errors, and intentional. Ideally, we should not call it as error, but it is a type intentional. Okay. Clear? So this is the errors, and because of that 10 types of human errors, the defect may occur. Right? We made some error, and because of that, defect will occur. We need to focus on the error so that defects will not occur. Okay. But normally defects occurs, so there are certain sources, and because of that, defects are occurring. Okay. So I will not explain here in detail. You can take a screenshot. So I will read omitted processing. Okay, processing error. So I have not followed the work instruction or SOP. That is the error. Omitted processing. I forget or I skip that process. Errors in part setup. So while during part setup there are some errors. Missing parts. Again error. Forgetfulness. Wrong parts. Either operator was not trained and he inserted the wrong parts. Processing wrong workpiece. Again operator is not trained. He is processing the wrong workpiece. Misoperation. So operation is missed. Adjustment error while doing the adjustment, and equipment setup not properly, and improper tools and jigs. So these are some sources of defects. Okay. So this exercise we conducted yesterday. Okay. So errors clear. What is error? Mainly it is unintentional inadvertent and accidental. Hmm? Inadvertent and accidental mainly. Okay. So my question to all of you, can we avoid errors? You can speak by unmuting. I don't know.
By doing Poka Yoke before
Yes, sir.
Gamba.
Uh,
Yes, we can.
can we avoid errors? First one is saying that yes, errors can be avoided.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, sir. Errors can be avoided.
We can minimize
Okay.
errors.
Yes, there are two approaches depending on the culture of the organization. I will tell that approaches. So I worked in various industries. So some industries are saying that no, errors are inevitable. We cannot avoid errors. People will make mistakes. They are blaming the people. They are blaming the operators. So normally in root cause analysis, I told we should carry out the why analysis, but in most of the organization, we carry out who analysis. Instead of why, who did it? So I work with some of the managers. Uh, not I was not reporting to them, but anything happened. Their first question was who was the operator. Always they are blaming on the operators. 100% cases. I can understand 10% or 15%, 20%. There may be some operator. 100%. First question was who was the operator. Anything happened, who was the operator? Who was the operator? He was not asking what is the system in place. What are the Poka cases? What can we do to avoid these mistakes? His question was always who made the mistake? And for him, errors are inevitable. We cannot avoid the errors. And action should be taken on the operators. But reality, yes, there will be 10 to 15%, but 85% operators are also human. And there are lots of thoughts in their mind. Sometimes they are fatigued, sometimes they are tired. So error can be made, but we need to install Poka UKs or system that error should not happen. And that companies are working with this mindset, errors can be eliminated. Mistakes made by people can be reduced. So sometimes elimination is not possible. For example, we can reduce it. And if we train operator very well, if we deployed a skilled operator, if we deployed a knowledgeable operator, if we deploy a qualified operator, and if our culture is good, we are respecting the people, then people will also make less errors. Even though Pokayaki is good, but even though there is no Pokayaki, but if we are training the operator very well, a skilled operator, knowledgeable operator, qualified worker, and we are giving the enough facilities for the operator. There is a respect for the people. We are listening to their voices. We are resolving their problems. Then also errors can be reduced because these are humans. And always remember that machine don't need appreciation. Machine don't need reward and recognition. But humans always want reward. Not reward in money, but pat on back award is sufficient. You are just pat on their back, having tea with operator. My plant head was having a tea with operator. So tea and biscuits, very simple, not hi-fi. Just tea and biscuits with the operator who did a wonderful guidance. And he was coming there. He was observing the guidance with his own eyes, not only in presentation. So normally I requesting him, sir, please come to this workstation. So I still remember when I was working in one of the company, our CEO come from the USA and other plants did the presentation very well on laptop, etc. What I tried differently, I spoke with my plant head and I told that, sir, these are the lots of kaizens. So these are the top 10 kaizens and these are very good. So can we invite our CEO if he has have time? So he can come to that machine and operators will explain. Operator will speak Marathi. I will translate it into English, even though he is from the America. And we did it. Instead of displaying in on laptops, so our CEO, he came there, he visited 10 workstation. Operator explained them the kaizens they did in their own language. I translated into English. So that was a real motivation for them. Operators still saying, sir, this is the first time we are speaking with the CEOs. So very little thing for me because I can display it in presentation in a hi-fi animation, etc. Yes, but I choose this path and it worked very well. Operators were motivated. Then we started a Kaizen Day celebration. Every year, operators, we are giving a platform to operators to present their Kaizens. Management is doing Six Sigma projects, Green Belt projects, Black Belt projects. They are always having an opportunity to present the projects to the management. But there was no platform to the operators. So now operators are able to present their ideas, Kaizens to the management. So that is, so our mindset should be that errors can be eliminated or at least can be reduced. But we need to work on two things. One is Poka or the other systems, and second is always a human part. We are a human being, and please take care of your employees. Please take care of your operators. Please try to reduce their fatigue. Then they will also work accordingly and errors can be reduced. So there are two approaches, there are two mindsets. You can work on any mindset, but I will always prefer that errors can be eliminated by installing Poka engineering controls. That is always appreciated because these are not related to human emotions. They will work well, but suppose there are on all workstation implementation of Poka is not possible or it will take time. Then at least deploy a qualified worker. Please speak with him. What are the mistakes? Please create a culture of continuous improvement. Then it will be effective. Okay. So you should work with that mindset that errors can be eliminated or can be reduced. Okay. Clear? So we saw the 10 types of error. Mainly that errors types are important. And because of that errors, defect may occur. But as Shingo-san said, we should work on the errors and we should capture that errors. We should take action on that errors, and hence defect should not be occurred. Defect will not occur, and hence Japanese working on the concept of zero defect quality. Zero defect. It is it is a journey. It is not next year I will become the zero defect quality. It will not happen. It is a journey. It will take so many years. But it is a journey. At least you should start walking on that path. It is a destination is far away, zero defect quality. I can understand because we are struggling a lot in day-to-day life. I can understand we cannot achieve it in 1 year, 2 year. It is a long journey, but at least we should follow that path. So we will understand the concept of ZDQ, zero defect quality. It has again the four elements. When we talk about zero defect quality, it has again the four elements, and one of the element is Poka. So I will discuss on Poka part. These elements I will not discuss, but just for your information, we will go through it very quickly. But normally concept of ZDQ is a four elements. Again, this is a four element concept of ZDQ, and one of the element is Poka. That is our topic. But we will see what are the other three elements. Okay. But prior to that, what is zero defect quality? It is a concept to manufacture zero defects and elimination of wastes associated with defects. If time permits, we will see what are the types of waste. Normally, I cover it in Kaizen and Lean part. But if time permits, we will cover what are the 7 types of waste because normally we discuss in Kaizen and Lean part. But quality concept to manufacture zero defect. Why zero defect? Particularly, just imagine the airline industry. So suppose there is a zero defect, there is no risk at all for the landing or while takeoff. It is always appreciated because one defect can turn or there 250 or more than lives can be lost if there is some defect while landing or takeoff, and hence zero defect. Zero is the goal. Normally, I ask the question when anyone purchase a car, goal zero should be our goal. I'm not saying we will achieve it. So it will take time. It is a journey. But normally, when conduct the training program from the operators or particularly for the supervisors, not for the upper level management, people were saying that sir, zero is impossible. I always tell, yes, zero is impossible right now considering current condition, but zero should be our ultimate goal. I'm not saying that we should achieve zero immediately, but it should be our ultimate goal. So I ask a question, anybody here has purchased a car? So suppose one person raises his hand, car or bike, new bike, particularly operators or supervisors. So in this year, what is your target of the accidents? They will shock. Oh, what is, it should not be target, no? So you purchased a new bike and purchased a new car. What is the target of accidents? They say, no, no, sir, there is no target. Why no target? You are again taking zero as the goal because it is your own car, it is your own bike, and it may affect your own life. And now you are saying, no, so zero, zero, it should be zero, sir. We should not take target as 3 times I will make accident in a year. At least 5 times I should, my son should be, suppose my son is ill, and I should go 5 times to the doctor in a year for my son. There should not be a target, right? Target should be zero. Whether we achieve it or not is different, but our target should be zero. We cannot say that, yes, last year there are 50 incidents that happened, and there are 55 fingers were cut. So this year we are taking an incremental target. So this will, instead of 55 fingers, we will allow 50 fingers to cut. The next year, 45 fingers. The next year, 40 fingers. We should not take that target like 55 fingers. Okay, this time we will take 5 fingers less, 50 fingers cut. It is accepted. No, our goal is zero related to quality, serious quality complaints related to safety. Our goal should be zero. We should not take that airline cannot take a target that one accident after 1,000 flights. No, target should be zero. No blame game. Sometimes operator will make errors because they are also human. Find ways to prevent defects. As I told, error is a part of process. Defect is always on product. So operator make mistakes. Operator make errors. Find ways to catch that errors because that errors will turn into defects. So install Poka, Yoke, etc., etc. As I told, there was a lift incident, right? But there is a Poka, Yoke that now if a lift is overloaded, it will not operate. Automatically, it will prevent the accident because of that. So that is, can we install such type of actions? So that is zero blame, no blame game. And mistake proof the process, Pokayaki. So what is a ZDQ? It is a concept to manufacture a zero defects. Always remember, zero is the goal. I'm not saying it is achievable right now in this year, but goal is zero. No blame game. We can do that. No blame game and mistake proof the process. So please find out the opportunities where we can install Pokayokis. We will see what are the types of Pokayokis, how different mechanisms can be used to install Pokayok. But concept is this ZDQ, zero defect quality. Okay, if time permits, we will cover this slide because it is in lean or Kaizen part, but if time permits, I will cover this slide. Okay, now my question to all of you, what causes defects to occur? Yes, what causes defects to occur? Why defects are occurring? And if there is a defect, customer will be dissatisfied. Always remember. And customer is dissatisfied, then it is not good for our organization. And if it is a serious defect, then there is a possibility of loss of the business. So my question to all of you, what causes defects?
Sir, due to man, machine, material, and methods.
Yes, yes, yes. Normally, process related variations or defects related to 6M, that is agreed. Very good. Okay, there are 5 things, or you can refer this 6M. It is again that. So, firstly, is poor or inadequate procedures or standards. So, it is related to method. That is, he rightly said, it is a 6M, or normally it is a 5 categories. So, poor or inadequate procedures or standards. Our standards are not good. Our SOPs are not perfect. Our work instructions are not good. So here we will discuss. So how we should train our operators? Can anyone tell me how should we train our operators?
First is a methodology. What are the
How?
procedures we have to give the correct methodology on approved policy and procedure, then the training, then the mock. Suppose we go for from all these three categories. One is the perfect documentation, then the training, then the mock, then there will not be any defect. So that is
But
my
how
opinion.
training? How we should train our operators?
On a
Relevant
simple
process.
Dojo room training.
on
Hello, sir.
on
Dojo is always a good.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, relevant the process. Training should be conducted based on relevant the process.
Very good. Okay. But my question is, what should be the correct methodology to train our operators? So I will give one example. When I was working in one of the company and when I went there, I was auditing. So there was one SOP. That SOP was there. So supervisor told me, sir, we installed SOP in a very good folder, sir. Yesterday we brought folder and that SOP is inserted in that and it is displayed near to the workstation. So last time auditor feedback was that SOP should be displayed at the workstation. So sir, this is a very good folder we bought from Amazon and we displayed very good. So I just took that SOP in my hand. SOP was written in English. It was a 60 pages SOP. So it is very hi-fi English and operator working there, he was not able to understand English. And when I was asking operator, what are the bullet points in SOP? He was not able to answer. What are the bullet points? What are the quality checks? He was not able to answer. So normally I will tell you one methodology. So that is a different methodology. It will take a time, but in a quick way. So have you just discuss, for example, my mother taught my sister to make a roti. Suppose take this procedure, very simple. So my sister wants to learn how to make rotis. So one of the approach, my mother can make a SOP of 65 pages and display at workstation and tell my sister, read that SOP and make rotis. Very well written. So will that work? My sister is new. She has not made roti before. My mother made SOP, very good SOP in English. And she's told my sister, please make roti accordingly.
no,
Now
it
my
will,
question to all of you is,
no,
will
it
my
will
sister
not
able to
work.
make a roti? If I read a very good SOP, how to swim, and I told you, please read that SOP and please start swimming immediately because SOP is very in detail. You should raise your right hand, then you should very well written SOP with pictures. And you read.
We should train the operators in simple and local language.
Okay, one is okay. That is
Yes,
also not how
We
we
should
should train our.
train on practical basis.
Okay. Now I will tell you. Just listen. It can be modified. One is on-job training, right? One, so SOP, yes, it should be written in, you can detail SOP, pictures are always important. So these are good part. This is a documentation. One of the person is said documentation should be perfect. I am not denying about that. Documentation should be perfect. It should be displayed. You can display 65 pages SOP. Don't. But while training your operators, firstly, you need to explain that SOP to the operators. Why, how Toyota works. For example, I am a supervisor and you are an operator. And suppose one person said dojo center. Dojo centers are always good. Some of the industries are working on the distributor dojo centers. Operators are trained in that center for 7 or 3 days. How to operate the machine, what are the defects, what are the types of defects, what is how the application of our product. Everything was taught to the operator. Suppose I am working on this particular part, mobile part. So what is the application of these processes, where that mobile is used, what can be the like. So you can train operators like that. So dojo center is always good. Suppose you don't have the dojo center right now. So you can Google out what is dojo center means, huh? But dojo center is a good approach. Suppose if I don't have the dojo center, okay, now I am a supervisor and you are the operator. So firstly, operator should know the language. Suppose it is very difficult to type in Marathi, you can type in English, no worry. But at least you should explain the procedure to the operator in local language, in Marathi. Okay, that is one. So, first thing is you need to explain the work instruction or SOP in local language to the Marathi. That is the first. Okay. Now the second, or before that, I will discuss that example of my mother and sister, and then I will tell you. So, how my mother taught my sister to make a roti. So, my mother never wrote a SOP. My mother never wrote a SOP. What she did, so she was making a roti, and she made my sister as an observer. Hmm? Suppose I am a supervisor, my mother is making a roti, and my sister is observing for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, like that. For example, yes, or 2 days. My sister is just standing there. My mother is taking this atta from that. How much water need to be added? How many rotis are to be made? What are the tools required? Huh? What should be the temperature of that pan, like that? So not exactly the sensor is there, but she is taking. So these are some. She will suppose water. So this is hot now, water test on that. So suppose my mother is making a roti, my sister is observing. Okay, then what I observed, after some days, my mother was telling to my sister that now you will make a roti, I will be observer. Now my sister started to make roti. On day one, not perfect. Day two, not perfect. My mother is saying that is happened. There are lots of water is added. That will create a problem. The pan is not heated properly. That will create a problem. So you are not applying oil. So roti will stuck to that. So these are the some instructions. So my mother was observing my sister is making roti day one, day two, day three, day four, not perfect. But on day five, suppose my sister started to make a roti. Now, very good. Because my mother is still observing, instructing. And then third step, now my sister started to make independent roti and my mother detached. She came out and now my sister is making a roti. So all the ladies, normally my wife, my sister, my mother, they are following this technique. So they are only not writing in SOP, they were guiding. So firstly, my mother is making a roti, my sister was observing. Then my sister is making a roti, my mother was observing. And then independently, my sister started to make a roti. This is one approach that is a very practical approach. It is called as on-job training. Okay. So suppose I written a SOP, I should explain in local. Ideally, it should be displayed in local language, but if it is not possible, font size. So you can make in English language, but abstract can be made in local language, and you can tell operator. So these are the procedure, these are the instruction. Local language, you should tell the bullet points. I'm again underlining the words bullet points. Bullet points to the operator. For example, you should apply oil here, so you should add less water. This should be the test while making the roti. So these are some bullet points. So you should tell bullet points. What is expected bullet points, focused points? So that points need to be taught very well. Where suppose there are 5 bullet points of that SOP or 7 bullet points. So you need to explain SOP simple in local language, 10 to 12 steps. Then you need to explain the bullet points. What are the bullet points? And after telling the bullet points, again you should request operator, please again say that bullet points. I told you 7 bullet points. Now please repeat the bullet points. Operator will repeat only 5, he will forget 2. Again you need to tell. So these are the 7 bullet points. Now please repeat. So again, he told there are 6 bullet points. No, 1 bullet point is still missing. Again, you need to tell 7 bullet points. Again, please tell him to repeat the bullet points. Suppose this time operator told, yes, there are 7 bullet points. Yes, now you are confirming that operator is aware about the bullet points. Because you say 7 bullet points and he should say 7 bullet points in front of you. You should recall these bullet points from operator. You need to ensure that. I told him 7 bullet points, and again he is saying 7 bullet points too. Okay, so I explained entire SOP work instruction in Marathi. Secondly, I informed the bullet points in the SOP to the operator, and now I, as a supervisor, I am working on the machine, and I am telling operator to observe. Then operator will work. I will work as an observer, and then operator will work independently. So earlier I was only displaying the SOP near to the workstation written in English, but there was no communication. I was not explaining the SOP in simple language. I was not telling the bullet points, and I was telling the bullet points, but I was not ensuring that operator understood the bullet points. Third, I should work, operator should observe, operator should work, I should observe and then I detach. But before detaching, there is one action is needed. And that one action is I need to tell operator 2 to 3 things. What are the critical to quality, critical to safety? And then I should tell what is the application of this product. Suppose this is very severe, incidents may happen. So you should tell him the application of this product, and you should also tell him what will happen if your work instruction is not followed properly. So for example, there is flight may crash, or any person can life at threat, or one maintenance person can lose their fingers, one operator can lose their hand. So when you should do critical to safety points, what will be the consequence? Critical to quality points, tell them, and please tell them what will be the consequence. If you not done this properly, what will happen? If you not done it safely, what will happen? So this is very, very important. So I told the SOP in local language. I told the bullet points to the operators. Operator told the bullet points to me. Then I trained the operator. Then operator was working on the machine. I was observing. Then I was telling what are the critical to quality points and what will happen. The consequence, that is very, very important. Most of the times we are not telling the consequence to the operators. So he is not serious. What will happen? No, what will happen? I will just skip that process. No, because of that, there was one hand stuck in that machine. So that may happen. So that is very, very risky. So you should not do this in this way. So always remember that you should tell him the critical to quality, critical to safety points. Again, tell them the consequences, what will happen if they not followed it. And then you can say that operator is trying. So normally what I am observing, you may are following this, but normally we are displaying the SOP near to the workstation. We are not ensuring whether the operator understood it correctly. We are not telling him the bullet points. We are not actually recalling this bullet point from operator, and we are not telling what are the critical to quality, critical to safety. We are telling, but we are not telling the consequences. We should tell the consequences, and then you can say that your 1 minute. So you should train the operators accordingly. So is it understood?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So now imagine that your son or daughter is operator. And if anything happens to that machine, I always tell operators, you are the first, you are very near to the machine. So if anything happens, you will suffer first. Suppose if anything happens near to the machine. And suppose your son or daughter is working as an operator. So now how will you train them? Because they are your son or your daughter. So please take care of your operators. Please explain them. If you not follow this, what will happen? Please, please. So you should train operators accordingly. So why I am emphasizing, because normally when we are training the operators, normally action is written in 8D, training given, training given. But how? Training given, training given to operators. Just called a meeting, training given, training given, training given. So that is the problem. So normally I am telling that most of the times either our SOPs are inadequate. Sometimes our SOPs are good, but operators are not following. Why operators are not following? Because very difficult to follow. Like that. And now my next question is how to train our operators on SOP.
Sir,
So
sir,
problem is that if our yes.
sir, only giving the training, I think the accountability, because
Mhm.
SOP will be there, then training will be there. We will give the all the aspects to the operator or the to supervisor to the engineer. But if there
Yes.
is no any accountability, then there may be a chances of the again defect or the accident. So
Yes.
accountability, this is the my thought process.
No, sir. Telling accountability should be there. But my question is when you are accountable, for example, suppose you are driving a car and if an accident occurs, you are accountable because your driving is rash. But when I am training you how to run a car, I'm talking about that process. How I should learn, how you should learn to drive a car. So that process should be perfect. And that is correct approach. We should ask for the accountability. But my first question is that we should train it properly. Normally, we are telling that you are the accountable. I observed this in lot of companies. They are not ensuring the proper delivery of training. They are only saying training is given, but not in this way. One of the supervisor told one of the operator, SOP is written, please write it and operate the machine. I don't have the time. Operator was new and he lost his finger. He lost his finger because he just telling her the SOP is written, please operate the machine accordingly. This should not be the way. Firstly, you need to train them. And yes, definitely you are saying that is also correct. If you are trained them properly, then you should tell them now you are accountable. So because we have trained you properly, then you can ask about the ownership. You can ask about the accountability. That is correct. I'm not denying that. But my question is that how should we train the operators? That is my only part. And yes, accountability should be there. Otherwise, people will again, they will be laziness or they will ignore the rules. So accountability should be correct.
I do agree with you. When I'm going, most of the accident or most of the defects when I am visiting the site, so I
Okay.
came to know due to the experience only. So
Mhm.
there is a major gap. There is a declaration. There are the SOPs, training record were there. Even the what you can say the mock test were there. After the
Mhm.
mock test, there are the again defects. So
Okay.
on a root cause analysis, I came to know all are the responsible, but nobody is
Okay.
accountable. So that is the
Okay.
just for
Oh,
the
yes, yes.
again.
You can say that is also correct because accountability in the RACI matrix, we normally say one should take the accountability, right? So accountability is there.
Yeah.
But my question to you is, for example, if operator lost his finger, okay?
Hmm.
So suppose you are an operator or I am an operator. So normally I this question, are you interested to lose your finger? You are working with
No,
10
actually,
fingers.
nobody will desire, or the top management, or the manager, or the engineer. Nobody have such kind of the attitude because the life or the body parts are
Yes,
so precious, and
yes,
that suppose you are saying that somebody's finger cut. Suppose
yes,
that operator was a very good asset for the organization, and he's give the
yes,
good production. So
yes. That
definitely
is my intention that
nobody will
yes,
desire that.
nobody will tell, but still accidents are happening, for example. So accidents are happening because of what? Unsafe actions or unsafe conditions, right?
Hmm.
Unsafe condition, normally we need to management intervention, sub unsafe condition installing Poka Yoke sensors and unsafe actions. Because normally as you told, suppose it did it intentionally, unsafe actions, but most of the time people are not aware. So they are not aware. So there is one incident I will tell you. In my earlier company, people were blowing the compressed air on their body. And they were doing it. It is a regular practice. But they are not aware. So what happened one day? So there was some little burr. And operator blown the air on his hand. And that burr inserted. It is went in that hand. So it punctured the blood vessel and operator used the compressed air. And then his left hand, there was lots of swallow, left hand swallow became very big. And he literally frightened. He was afraid what has happened. So he was not aware that because of that compressed air, that burr inserted into the blood vein, and that compressed air also went that in the blood vein, and there is a swell of hands. He was literally crying. What happened? Then we told them, so you are not taking care that there is a burr and you should not blow the compressed air on that. So that operator become trainer and he was training the people. So this was happened with me. So you were doing the unsafe action, either you are not aware. If you are aware, so operator was not using the goggle. There was a foundry and he was not using the goggle and he inserted one metal ingot into the molten metal, and because of that there is a metal splash was there and entered into his left eye and he lost his left eye. So now he became trainer and he was trying, you should not do this unsafe action, because nobody wants accident, but normally we are not creating the awareness why it is required. So we need to take care, we need to train the operators first. If people are aware that what will be the consequence, it will lose your hand. Nobody is interested in losing their hands, right? So firstly you need to create an awareness, then you should make them responsible, and accountability lies with the supervisor. So responsibilities also should be there and accountability should be there. But prior to that, we should train operators how. That was the part of discussion. Okay. So that is, thank you for adding your opinions. So what causes defects? So one is poor or inadequate procedures or standards. And I told you how to train them. Second may be the faulty machines. So there is a problem related to machine. Operator Operator hand were caught between the machine because machine was faulty. Machine was malfunctioning. It was not the error of operator. It was a fault of machine. So defects may occur because related to machine condition. So no pressure, required pressure is not there, like that. So this pressure was required. That sensor is not working. So these are the faulty machines. Because of that, defect can occur, or poor or inadequate procedures or standards. Third is non-conforming material. Now always remember, suppose the road conditions of India. So this is the point of debate. What are the road conditions of India? And suppose operators are building these roads. So one is the operator are not trained to make the roads. Okay. But operator are very well trained. But what about the quality of the material using for the road, constructing the road? If there is a corruption and we are using non-conforming material, so even though I'm a operator, I am trained, but it is not in my hand because you are not providing the good quality material. So then also defect can occur. So either poor or inadequate procedures or standards and operators are not trained on that. Faulty machines, non-conforming material, that is also wrong tooling. Wrong tooling is used. Wrong tooling is used. And fifth is human mistakes. So even though my procedures are good, even though I have trained operators on procedures, what and why I told, even though I made responsible, even though I made accountable, even though my machine condition is good, even though my material is good, even though my tooling is good, but one of the part is that you need to inspect. So something will happen sometimes, and operator forget to check the part. That is human. I'm again telling, it is a human mistake. Human mistakes means we are human. Because of XYZ reasons, there are 6,200 thoughts in our mind per day. If he's fatigued, if he's tired, there are lots of error because human mistakes. But it is said that, 1 minute, I will use the pointer. Except for human mistake, all these conditions, except for the human mistakes, all these conditions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, can be predicted. Can be predicted. You can predict this, yes, non-conforming material. You can check the material before going to the machine. You can check that material before giving that material to the machine. You can check the condition of machine. So this should be the machine should be work. These are the process parameters. You should check that. Yes, I have taken care of that procedures. Warn tooling, I have checked. But human mistakes, you cannot check because it can happen anytime. How to check that human mistake? I cannot check your brain while coming inside the company. Suppose there is one incident happened in Pune, that ST bus driver, that is a human behavior. ST bus driver, he drove the bus in the wrong direction and 10 persons, he killed 10%. He was working as a driver for the 30 years. But on that particular day, what happened, I don't know. What happened, we don't know. Human mistakes, but it was not mistaken. It was a properly human behavior. I'm not talking about the mistake here. But it is very difficult to check the brain condition of you. So what intention is in your brain? Still that I'm not able to check. So here I'm not checking talking about the mistake. I'm talking about the behavior. That is a different part. It is not part of this training, but human behavior. Like that, human mistakes cannot be predicted. So you are a very good qualified operator, and it suppose if anything happened in his house, in his home, and he is disturbed, and he made an accident. So even though he was working there for 30 years, but on one day he was absent-minded and he made one mistake or there is some accident. So these are unpredictable. So hence Poka is very, very important because human mistakes are unpredictable. We can predict about the warn tooling. We can check them. We can check the raw material. We can check the faulty machines. We can check the SOP. We can again give the training. But human mistakes, no, it cannot be predicted. And hence there are different actions on that. Hence Poka is required and other actions are also required. If time permits, I will also tell you what are those actions. Okay. So these are the reasons, and because of that, normally there are the defects. And I am again telling you, human mistake, it cannot be predicted. It cannot be predicted, and hence we are installing Pokayokids because we can predict, we can check about the tooling, we can check about the non-conforming material, audits, etc. Faulty machines, we can check poor standards, inadequate standards, yes, but this is cannot be predicted. Cannot be predicted. So otherwise we can say 6M. 6M is also good, but particularly this is training related to POCA, okay? So normally I'm saying that human mistakes. Sorry, even the operator is trained, but on particular day, if it is absent-minded or fatigued, and he done mistake, even though it is unintentional or sometimes intentional, don't know. Okay, so these are causing the defects. Okay, so have you understood?
Yes, sir. Very well explained.
Yes.
Okay, now let's take one example, very simple example that we are making a roti. Okay, now we are making a roti and the defect is roti is burnt. So this defect is coming. Now let's understand these are the 5 reasons. First, suppose I started with the faulty machine. Suppose it is a roti making machine or as a gas stove or that faulty machine is there. So sometimes the gas stove setting is not proper and sometimes flames are very big or no, not even temperature is distributed like that. So suppose one is the faulty machine. Hmm? Second is non-conforming material. So even though I am trained in making the roti, my mother told me how to make a rotis, and I have started to work as a cook in another company. But that management giving me the very low grade material or making the rotis. Even though I am a cook, I am having the skill, I am having the knowledge. My mother taught me. My mother is always using the good quality material, and I'm working at job of a cook. But the material given to me is low graded. Now I will not able to make a good roti, even though my intention is to make a good roti, but the material is not good. So one is the faulty machine, settings related to gas stove, non-conforming material, want tooling. This is happened in my own house. I will tell you the example. My wife was making the dosas, and dosas were not good. So I asked my wife, so what is the reason? And she told that that pan, tawa. So that pan is not good. So earlier I thought that she is telling the reasons, but she is saying literally, I told you that you should buy the new pan. No? So in Pune, I purchased a new pan, and I gave to my wife. And again, next day, my wife made dosas. So raw material was the same. Raw material was the same from the same company. Last yesterday, today also from the same company. Gas stove was the same, and my wife was also same. Yesterday's wife and today's wife was also same. This operator was the same. Raw material was the same. Machine was the same. Only problem that earlier she was using the tooling which was not correct, and she used a new tool, that new pen, and dosas were perfect. And my wife was telling me, please see now, same material, same settings, same wife, only you have changed the tooling and see the quality of the dosas. Yes, then I understood. Yes, want tooling, it can be a reason. So want tooling, non-conforming material, faulty machines, and then poor or inadequate procedures or standards. Either standards are inadequate or standards are adequate, but we are not explained it clearly to the operators. And as I rightly said, operators are also understood it, but they are not followed it. That is again different. We will discuss that part later. So these are the causes of defects. Hope you understand. Understood? Yes or no,
Yes,
please.
sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Good
I try,
example, sir. Yes.
I try to give you a simple example. Okay. So, just one. Can we have a recap for 2 minutes? Then we will take a break of 10 minutes. What we learned from morning? Anyone, please.
Sir, you explained about errors and defects.
Okay. What is the difference between error and defect?
Error is a cause, and defect is the no, effect. Effect.
Yes. Effect or result.
Yes.
Yes. Any
Yes,
difference?
sir.
Any other difference?
You also told about
No.
mm,
Error is a
uh,
part of process. Huh?
it's a
Error
part
is
of
a part
process. Error is a part of process, and defect is a part of product.
of. Very good.
Error cannot travel next to next
Yes.
station, but
Defect can
product
travel to the.
defect can travel to the next station.
So
Yes.
we
Sir,
also discussed 10
sir,
types. Yes.
error is a cause and defect is a result of an error.
Yes, got it. So we also saw that 10 types of mistakes. Okay,
Yes,
human
sir.
makes forgetfulness, wrong identification, misunderstanding, inadvertent error, willful errors like that. You can do. You need not to remember all this. I will give you training material, then you will observe it. Okay. So there are 10 types of mistakes a human can make. So now you need to think which mistakes can be made. So first is training, and then how can these mistakes can be avoided? You need to work it separately. Okay. So then after that,
After
what
that,
we
sources of defect you explained about omitted
yes,
processing, processing errors, missing parts,
yes,
wrong parts,
yes. There is
misoperation.
a
Yes, sir.
yes. Okay. So 1 minute. I will show you one slide.
Sir,
I
I
will not
just
explain
wanted to
it.
one thing, sir. If some
Yeah.
operator is doing overproduction, so which type
Hmm.
of error? Will it be a willful
Uh,
overproduction?
but operator will not produce unless there are instructions, na?
Yeah,
Or
yeah. That's what. If some
hmm,
pressure is from the top management, so we
hmm.
have to achieve.
Why I'm not able to erase this? I don't know. I think, okay, sorry. So, just I will not going to explain this slide, and it is not my slide. Uh, it is from 1 minute. You can just take a print, a copy of this. Yes. So these are a relationship between human errors and causes of defects. So it is not mine. It is a RNA automation. So you should not use this. I am also referring the source because it is not developed by me. But that is a very good. For example, not following the procedures, and this is intentional errors. So not following procedures can be intentional. There is a strongly connected. So there is a strong connection that this is the causes of defect and this is the human error, intentional error. Okay. So there is a strong relation that not following the process or internally is a strong relation. Misunderstanding, not following the procedures, but he is not misunderstanding. He is purposely doing, suppose intentionally. So there is a not connected. So forgetfulness, not following the procedures, purposely, intentionally, purposely, he's forgetting, he's doing it intentionally like that. So these are the relationship between humorous errors and causes. You can just click, but I'm requesting you not to use this because this is not mine. So this is just relation. You can check. These are the causes of defects. This will be the human errors. Take any machine. For example, any machine of your organization. Take any machine of your organization. Just write down the causes of defect and what will be the human errors on that particular machine or on that particular operator. If suppose I have targeted, not targeted, I have analyzed one operator, Kiran. So I'm just observing Kiran as a not following the procedure, processing errors, error in part setup, like that. What are the errors he making and what are the causes of the defects and what is the relation between them? So you can just use this. Okay. So now we will have a break of 15 minutes. Okay. Then we will discuss further. Okay. So let's have a break. We will back at 11:28. Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Hello. We'll just. Can we start? At what time you are supposed to start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah, we are
okay.
waiting for sir only.
Okay. Okay. Now we saw the causes of defects. We discussed about what is error, what is defect, what are the 10 types of human errors. Okay. Now I will tell you one situation. So you can correlate that. When to use Poka, okay, before proceeding. So I will explain that first and then we will discuss that. So any doubt? Can we proceed further?
Yes.
Normally, why do human error occurs? We saw that there are 10 types of human errors, right? But particularly, suppose I am operator. Suppose I am operator, and or suppose I am a driver. Suppose I am a car driver, and suppose why my incident is occurred. There are lots of condition, but suppose it's related to human. I'm not talking about the road condition, etc. right now. Uh, Suppose there are 10 types of error, but these are suppose two main factors. If I want to remember only two. So one is knowledge. Why human error occurs? One is knowledge. So operator is not having the enough knowledge, skill, visible attribute to perform that task. And here I am assuming that we have trained operators very well. Here I am assuming that we have trained operators very well. So operator, and suppose if I have not trained, so one of the reason is skill. So why human error occurs? First is called as the knowledge. Operator is not having the knowledge. My car driver is not having the skill to drive properly. It may cause to an accident because he's sometimes not driving correctly. He don't have the confidence. He don't have the enough skill for driving a car. And second factor is called as vigilance. Vigilance means nothing else but attention, focus. If operator is not having the attention, if it is not alert, then it will create a problem. Okay. So these are the two things you can tell. So you should check. Suppose if I am an operator and I am deploying that, it should be qualified, right? But there are two things you need to check. Why human error occurs? One is knowledge. If he's not having the knowledge skill, so you should deploy a skill knowledgeable person. That is one. And second is that vigilance, that is attention. Operator need to be alert. Okay. So when I was in USA, I was, yes. So I will tell you example when I was returning from the USA the first time, and my one of the car driver came to pick up me from the Mumbai airport. So while driving back to Pune, I observed that it was a night and we were driving on the expressway, and my driver was feeling sleepy. Now it is a risk to him as well as for me. But I told driver that hello, hello, please. So I told him that it is a risk of you. Hello, please be on mute. Hello, who is speaking? Please be on mute. Okay. So what I observed that he was fatigued because he not slept properly for 2 nights because there was some problem at his home. His son was ill and he was not slept properly for the 2 nights and he came to pick up me. But to be honest, he came from Pune to Mumbai and then another driver was supposed to pick me from Mumbai airport and to drive to Pune, but that driver didn't came, and hence again on the third night, his owner told that driver that you need to drive this person from Mumbai to Pune. Almost for 2 nights, he was not having proper sleep, and again this third night consecutively he was driving, and he was feeling sleepy. So I allowed him to sleep for 2 hours. Then we have a masala tea, and then he drove the car. His skill was excellent. Huh? His skill was excellent. Then I came to know his driving skills are really excellent, but he was not alert. He was not attentive because of XYZ reasons. He was, and hence he will feel sleepy. So operator can make error if he is not having the enough skill or if he is not alert. Okay. So operator should have knowledge and skill to do the job. We saw what is the difference between knowledge and skill. That is very important. And operator should be alert so that each part produced meet quality expectation. Each part producer should meet quality expectation. And here we need to do accountability as well. As something was saying, yes, we need to make them responsible or accountable as well. But first, we should ensure that he should have the enough knowledge and skill. We have trained him properly. We have provided the facilities. And then he is also responsible. He is also accountable. And then he can produce the quality parts. Okay. Now I will tell you one, for example, when to use Poka. Okay, just listen. I have not prepared any slide on that, but we were discussing since morning, so I will tell. Suppose I have made an SOP. Okay, so I have made an SOP with the help of the operator. And suppose I've observed that operator is not following the SOP or he is not doing that task properly. Okay. Then first action should be that we need to provide training to him. We need to train our operators because what I observe that operator is not trained, operator is not having enough skills, knowledge, he is not following SOP and he is not trained properly. So first is we need to provide training. Okay, we need to provide a training. There are four situations. First is operator is not trained and hence he is making a mistake. So, or he is not following the SOP. So, first step should be we need to provide a training. Now, second situation. Operator is trained to follow the SOP, but it is difficult for him to follow SOP because he need to bend a lot of time. He need to search here and there. He need to twist his body for lots of times. He need to operate that pedal switch, as I told, 300 times in an hour. He need to operate that pedal switch. Even though he's trained on the SOP, even though he's trained on the work instruction, he is having the knowledge, he is having the skill. But imagine that for 300 times, he is operating the pedal switch in an hour. So he will fatigue. So if that is the condition that if you have trained operator is knowledgeable and skilled, but it is very difficult to follow SOP, then second action is make it easy. Make the task easy for the operator. Now here you can implement some kaizens, some improvements so that his task will be easy. Now we remove that pedal switch and there was a timer after 2 seconds or 3 seconds that table is rotating. So first situation I explained, operator is not following the SOP because he is not trained. I have given the training. Second, I observe that operator is well trained. He is following the SOP, but it is find difficult to follow the SOP or it is find difficult him to work. So second, they to make it easy. Okay, two situation understood clearly. operator is not trained, action is train the operator. Second, operator is trained, but it is very difficult to follow SOP. Make the improvements, make the guidance like that. How can go? This is the two.
So the screen has been fixed, freezed. Only the heading
Yes,
is visible.
it is freezed. I am just explaining.
Okay, okay, okay.
Just explain. Okay. Now third is that suppose I am trained. Okay. And I'm not finding any difficulty. Earlier was the situation that first situation was I was not trained. Action is training. Second situation, I am trained, but I am not following the SOP because it is difficult to follow SOP. I make improvement, make it easy. Kaizen. So third is I am trained. I can follow the SOP, but I am not following the SOP. I am breaking the rules. Now what we should do? I am trained. I can follow the SOP. There is no problem. You have made a Kaizen. But operator is no. Now operator is purposely. Operator is intentionally. I am showing that it is intentionally doing it. So there are two actions. One is called as intrinsic motivation, and second is called as extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation means we need to tell them what will be the consequence. We need to tell them what is important. It may lose our business. This is this is damage to the business. And if business is damaged, hello, yeah. Lots of noise. Please be on mute.
ఫీల్డింగ్ ఎత్తుదా ఏయ్ ఫీల్డింగ్ చేయవా
Hello, who is speaking?
తెలిసిందా
Okay. The third thing I told you that operator is trained. Operator can follow SOP, but he is purposely not following the SOP intentionally. Now your action should be motivation. There are two types of intrinsic motivation means you need to tell them the consequence. What will happen? Suppose it is very threat to the business, then it will affect your jobs as well. It will affect your job as well. And in motivation, there is extrinsic motivation. If it is purposely doing it, intentionally doing it, then you can issue warning letter, you can take action because it is purposely doing. Okay. So first we discussed operator is not trained, not following the SOP, train him. Second is operator is trained, but it is difficult to follow the SOP, make the kaizens, make the changes. Third is operator is trained, he can follow the SOP, he is purposely not following the SOP, he is not purposely doing it intentionally. That task is not doing correctly intentionally. Then intrinsic motivation, tell them the consequences, and if it is still not listening, then use extrinsic motivation. And unfortunately, in Indian industry, I observe that extrinsic motivation, issuing the warning letters, because we are like, but in Japan, it is intrinsic motivation. Most of the times, they are not violating the rules. They are not violating the rules. They are listening to the instructions. So here, they will not break the road signals. There is from intrinsic, this is from inner. So as I told in one of the training, firstly in India, what we do, we saw the red signal. But after seeing the red signal, we first check whether there is a CCTV camera. Then we check whether there is a police. And if CCTV is also not there, police is also not there, we don't bother about the red color. We can, is it a fact or not? Honest answer, 80% of the time. 80% of the people. I'm not saying that.
You are right, sir.
We are taking two. Whether it is a CCTV, yes or no, yes or no, yes or no, no, CCTV is not there. Whether there is a policeman, yes or no. 80% of us, and in Japan, it is opposite. Even though there is a red signal, 95% or 90% Japanese will follow. Even though there is no policeman, even though there is no CCTV, that is called as intrinsic motivation. It is from within. They will not spit on the road, for example. It is intrinsic. So suppose if you are spitting on the road, there are 500 rupees fine. If you put the garbage on the road, there are 5,000 rupees fine. These are called as extrinsic motivation. So means we are some penalties issuing them. So if you broke the road signal, 1,000 rupees fine. So if they are not listening it, if it is doing it intentionally, first try intrinsic motivation. And if it is not working, then you can go for the extrinsic motivation. And the fourth case, operator is trained, Operator can follow the work instruction because we have made the kaizens. Operator is not doing intentionally, but operator forget. Then you can install Poka. Not trained, train him. Trained but difficult to follow, you see, make improvements. Trained, SOP can be followed, but ignoring the rules, intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation. If operator is trained, following the rules, but if forget something is there, then use the Poka. Clear? So this is the Poka when we should install Poka. Okay, so this is not a slide. I am just explaining the case. It is explained to me by one of the good trainer. Okay, so I learned this from Mr. Mahesh Shende. Okay, then 4 components of ZDQ. Point of origin inspection, 100% audit checks, immediate feedback, and Poka. So there are 4 components of ZDQ. So we are not going to discuss in details 1, 2, 3. When we are speaking about zero defect quality, it is a 4 components or it is having 4 elements. First is called as point of origin inspection. Second is called as 100% audit checks. Third is called as immediate feedback. And fourth is called as Poka. So these are the 4 elements of zero defect quality. Okay. Now, before explaining the 4 elements, so first element is point of origin inspection. This is called as source inspection. What does it mean? Can anyone tell me what does it mean? Point of origin inspection means what?
I think
Root cause analysis.
No. What is point of origin inspection means? Point of origin inspection means source inspection means inspection at the source. For example, if my machine and that one extractor is removing the job from the machine, when he is removing the job from the machine, there is some camera. So in front of that camera, he will take the job. And if it is any defect, that signal is given there at the source. So we are not dependent on the further inspection, for example. So suppose that job is removed from the machine, it is kept in front of the camera for a second or two, or don't know for how many time. He will check that, and if there is a defect, it will inform us. So that is called as source inspection. Means even though that defect is occurred particularly on that part, or sometimes we can check the process parameters, and if the process parameters are not correct, we can cut off the machine. So either we are not allowing the defects to occur, or we are capturing the defects at the source, even though it is not inspected by the quality inspector or operator, is not going to operator level as well. There is a rejection bin, and that extractor will drop that part in that rejection bin. Means it is not moved to the operator as well. It is called as point of origin inspection. It catches the errors, it gives the feedback to the machine, and before proceeding to the next steps, we can throw that part into the rejection bin. So it is called as point of origin inspection or inspection at source. For example, there should be sensor, etc. But for example, while making a roti, my wife observed that this roti is having a problem because there is no automation or etc. It is turned into the defect, honestly, but action should be before turning the defects, or if it is turned defect, but that defect is at source only and it will not pass to the next station. Suppose my next station, I am making business of making rotis. Next station is the packing, not inspecting, for example. So instead of giving this roti to the next station and there is an inspector, suppose my wife, there is one rejection bin and she rejected it, for example. So that is called as point of origin inspection. I am inspecting that product at the origin, at that machine. That product is produced on that machine and I installed some camera, etc. And that inspection is carried out at the source. No further inspection is required and that part is rejected there. So that is very good. So that is called as point of origin inspection. It is called as source inspection. Instead of depending on inspectors, PDI inspectors, operators, I am rejecting that at the source. Correct? So this is called as point of origin inspection. This is the element of ZDQ. I am not speaking in details because our topic is Poka, okay? Second is called as 100% audit checks. What does it mean? If I install source inspection, if I carry out a source inspection for each and every product, suppose I am producing 10 products and I have 10 machines, for example, and if I install the source inspection, or if I carry out source inspection on each and every machine and on each and every product, then it is called as 100% audit check. 100% audit check of what? Source inspection. 10 products, 10 machines, and I am carrying 100% source inspection for each and every product, for each and every machine, then it is called as 100% audit check. Clear? So that is called as 100% audit check.
Sir, I have a
Third is
doubt.
called as immediate feedback. Third is called as immediate feedback. What does it mean? It means quick feedback so that errors can be corrected in a proper way, in a right way. For example, in ZDQ, inspection is carried out by the system, and that system giving signal to the operator or assembly person that mistake is happened. And mistake is happened, now it will turn into the defect. So either you can remove that part. So that machine, for example, if I put instead of numeric numbers, if I put KIRAN, where that my mobile number is expected, numericals are expected. When I just typing KI, automatically there is a pop-up message on my screen. Please enter numericals. That is called as immediate feedback. So please enter numericals. So that is immediate feedback. It is called as immediate feedback from the system or the machine. And that immediate feedback helps me to avoid defect. So that are informing that me that you have made an error. So that system is informing that you have made an error. So here numericals are expected for you entering your CTC or you entering your mobile number. And for mobile number, you are just typing KI. So that is giving me immediate feedback. That is called as immediate feedback. So first element of the ZDQ is source inspection. Inspection at the source. Second is called that 100% audit checks. What does it mean? If we install source inspection, if we carry out the source inspection for each and every product, for each and every machine, then it is called as 100% audit check. Third part is called as immediate feedback. Suppose if I am writing my name in the numericals and system is automatically saying there is a message pop-up, please enter the numericals only. It is giving me immediate feedback. So operator is allowed. Oh, you are not able to enter. Please immediate feedback, right? So suppose sometimes we miss one of the field. There are star marks, and automatically message come that did star marks field need to be filled. So before converting into the defect, before proceeding to the next step, that system is telling us that these star mark details are mandatory and you have not put the details. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put the address. Sorry, I forgot to put my email ID. That it was asking me email ID. I filled all the details, but I forgot to email ID, even though it is a star mark. So when I click the next button, it will not go into the next page. It is showing me that please check. All the star mark are the mandatory. Okay, I will check. Yes. And there is I forgot to fill my email ID. So there is some red color. Oh, I forget this. Oh, now I will put my mail ID. Then when I click next, it will go to the next page. It is called as immediate feedback. And fourth, we are going to learn that is Poka Yoke. Okay. So these are called as zero defect quality. And in zero defect quality, there are four elements. Source inspection, 100% audit check means if I install source inspection for each and every product, for each and every machine, it is called as 100% audit check. Third is immediate feedback before turning that error into defect. If system is giving me indication, if I inserted job not clearly in fixture, and if there is an indication, no, you have not inserted it properly. So there is immediate feedback. And fourth one is called as Poka Yoke. Okay. So now we will see the principles of Poka Yoke, methods of Poka Yoke, etc., etc., etc. Okay. So this is understood. Four components of ZDQ. Source inspection. Can anyone tell me what are the four elements?
Yes, sir. First is
Okay.
point of origin inspection, that is source inspection. Second is
Yes.
100% audit check.
What does
Third
it mean?
one is source inspection carried out on every single products. Suppose
Yes,
we
that
have
is called
10 machines or 5 machines, so at every machines we have checked.
or every product. Yeah.
Every
Third
product,
is
yes. Immediate feedback.
right. So when I am making a mistake, my machine is telling me that you are making a mistake. My system is
Yes,
telling that you have entered wrong. My system is telling that you have not entered the star mark field. So it is called as immediate feedback. And fourth, we are going to learn, that is our topic, that is called as Poka.
so
Okay.
I just
Now,
wanted to ask one thing, sir. Just for example, of that lift you have mentioned now.
yes,
If there
yes,
is overweight, so it will
yes,
give indication. No,
yes,
that is a part of
yes,
Poka. Can we
yes.
relate these 4 points in that? And means why that Poka Yoke came into picture there? Like this first point of origin inspection. Means can we correlate this example with this 3 principles
Uh,
or 4 principle? No.
we can do that.
Lift one,
Well,
lift one.
we can
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that, but lift is a Pokaiko for me, but it is to be honest, it is source inspection as well. It is
Okay,
all combination
okay, okay,
because
okay.
if there is a overweight now, lift
Yes,
is
sir.
taking that no it is inspecting, oh, it is overweight. Okay,
Yes, sir.
that is also and also it is giving you immediate feedback. So
Yes,
it is overloaded. So
yes,
Pokaik is also installed, but it is also giving immediate feedback. It is a source inspection as well. I am not
correct,
saying
sir.
that 100% audit checks will be there, but
Yes,
that
sir.
is part. Okay. Now we will see the principles of Pokayoke. So first principle of Pokayoke is called as elimination. Suppose, for example, in SOP, suppose there are, or suppose any activity, suppose I need to load this part on the machine. Example, and to load this part on the machine, suppose I need to follow 10 steps. Particularly, I was working in die casting industry and we were unloading the dies and we were loading the dies on the machine. And for loading the dies on the machine or while doing setup, suppose I need to carry out 30 steps, small steps. These 30 steps I need to carry, okay, manually. Suppose I need to carry 30 manual steps while doing setup. Example, I'm doing. So first principle of Poka is, suppose I am a human, I can forget. Suppose I can forget step number 2, I can forget step number 3, for example. So first principle of Poka is, can we eliminate the step that causes the mistake? Suppose out of 30 steps, there are 5 steps may lead to the mistake. And I need to carry out these 5 steps. So can I eliminate one of the steps? How? By redesigning my process or product. For example, oiling the process step, it is eliminated. Suppose earlier I was doing the oiling, but that oiling is not required. I modified the materials for that oiling is not required, or manual data entry I'm doing. But instead of manual data entry, computerized download is there. So I need not to fill anything. So that step of filling that manual entry, can I eliminate that step? Can I eliminate that step? Okay. For example, if you instead of KRA, suppose there is one number is in system, and if I inserted number, all my details are visible, and I can just take a print. Okay, that manual data entry. So can I eliminate step, sub step? So there are 10 step, 27 step. Out of that, 5 steps are there, which may cause to the lead to the mistake, or lead to the defect or mistake. That can cause the mistake. Can I redesign my process? Can I redesign my product so that that step is not required? For example, earlier there were pods, talcum powder, right? In very old days, but I need to make the holes. I need to make the holes because there was no holes. I need to remove that lid. I need to make holes manually, and then I can use the talcum powder. Now that making the holes in that pots talcum powder, it is not required. It is just, we can just rotate the lid, clock, unlock, holes are already there. So that activity of making the holes, it is eliminated. Earlier, I need to make the holes with the help of nail or with the help of anything, and I'm making the holes. And that was big pounds talcum powder were there, and I need to make the holes manually. I eliminated that. Elimination means that activity is itself eliminated, making the holes. That activity is eliminated. So first principle is it possible to eliminate? I'm not saying that it is possible every time. Suppose I return the 10 steps. So I should ask first steps question. Can this activity be eliminated? Answer is no, it is not eliminated. Okay. Can this activity eliminated? No, you cannot eliminate this. Can I eliminate this? No, not possible. Fourth, can I eliminate this subtask? No, you need to do. Okay. Not possible, not possible. Fifth, can I eliminate? No. Sixth, can I eliminate? You may think about the design change, then and then only you can eliminate. For example, that is the answer. Okay, now I have changed the design in Pond's talcum powder, and yeah, after redesigning, I can say that yes, now this activity of making the holes can be eliminated. So earlier 10 steps, now will be 9 steps because that activity of making the holes is eliminated. So first principle is write down your activities, sub-activities, and ask the question, can I eliminate this activity because this may lead to the mistake. This may lead, not sure, but may lead. But I am a human, so I can make a mistake. So can I eliminate that task? So first question should be asked, can I eliminate? Okay. Now second is called as replacement. Can I replace the step with more reliable mistake proof or automation of repetitive motion activities? Can I replace the step? For example, automatic dispenser to ensure that correct amount of material. For example, glue, manual glue application. Earlier, there was a manual glue application and I need to take the glue. But sometimes I will take this quantity, or sometime I will take that quantity. So I have replaced. So there is automatic dispensers I added. So this is the replacement. Instead of manual, I did some automation. For example, in COVID, there was a, suppose I need to did the suppose there are we were using I forgot that. Okay, let's replacement means instead of this step, whether I am doing it manually, can I do it semi-automatically?
Sir, is it
For
face
example,
mask? Face mask or
no, no.
that
I don't know. But replacement
liquid?
means instead of this step, I can replace this step with the another step, or I can automate. For example, I can a little bit automate, and hence there is no manual. For example, operator was he was pressing the pedal switch. Okay, so that activity was there. So one thing is elimination. Can I eliminate this activity? Second thing is, can I replace? For example, instead of X, can I use Y? Or suppose my previous process is totally manual. So can I add some automation? Can I add some automation so that I have replaced this process with X with Y? That is called as a replacement, right? Third, some people are saying
Maybe that
third prevention.
example, sir, replacement. In COVID time, after COVID, people started going office. They have this fingerprinting punching. Then they
Yes, yes,
started face and body monitoring also. With face and body. So through
that is good
face, they
example.
were doing my punching.
Thank you, thank you. That is very good example. For example, earlier I was using my card for the punch. Now suppose next step is finger punch replaced, and then second you are saying that that is very good example of replacement. So I
Yes,
am going to the more accurate and I am replacing that. That is very good.
yes.
Thank you. Means I need to punch. I am not eliminating that, but I am just replacing with another method. Thank you for adding this example. That is correct example. Thanks a lot. Somebody is saying that prevention, but some are not saying prevention. So prevention means I am changing product or processes so that mistakes or accidents are impossible to happen. As I told, suppose I installed engineering controls like photoelectric sensors, etc. to the press machine. Okay. So it is preventing accident to occur. So it will automatically stop machine. So accident will be prevented. That operator is putting the hand, that activity cannot be eliminated. But if you put the hand, automatically machine will shut down because I have installed engineering controls like photoelectric sensor. So I'm preventing further danger. I'm not eliminating that operator can press the hand. I'm not eliminating that activity, but I'm preventing the further danger. That is called as prevention. So elimination, replacement, prevention. Okay. Always a good elimination is always good. Replacement and prevention are always also good. Next is called as facilitation. What does it mean? It is called as visual controls or color coding. For example, I normally give very simple example, very simple example. Suppose I am using the Lexi pen, and Lexi has three colors. For example, red, blue, and black. So I can easily say that is a blue color pen, it is a red color pen, it is a black color pen because they are color coding. Suppose they have only white color. Example, they have only white color in body, but it is writing either in black, either in red, or either in blue. And suppose I ask that stationary person, so can you please give me the blue pen? But he is not aware because there is no color coding. Every time he need to remove the cap, he need to check whether it is a black, whether it is a blue, or whether it is a red. And then no, this is a black. No, you need blue. Na? He will take another pen. Again, he will write, Array, this is also black. He will take another pen. Ah, this is blue. Yes. So that was he was doing. Suppose I want whiteboard markers. Now there is a color coding, red, green, black, blue. This is a very good example of Poka of facilitation color coding. Suppose whiteboard markers, there are plain markers, there is no color coding. Every time, suppose I need a black color marker, every time stationary person will remove the cap. Array, this is not black color, this is blue color. Again. So see the fatigue level, not fatigue, but see the time consumed. Because of that simple color coding, simple visual controls, I can easily track. For example, my wife is traveling by the cab. Suppose earlier there was no map in Ola or Uber. Every time I need to call, where are you? In 10 minutes, I am at this point. After 10 minutes, where are you? After 10 minutes. So now I have what I will do, I will book the cab for her and I can just track. She is at Deccan in Pune. So she is at this location. She will be 30 minutes away. She's 20 minutes away. So it is a visual. I need not to ask every time and she need not to speak in front of driver. Suppose I am here, I am here. So it is a visual control. It is a visual control for me. So that is called as facilitation. Always use color coding like exhibits. These are very good. This is called as principle of facilitation.
Sir,
Fifth
even
principle is
in
called as
this mobile app also, when we buy
Mhm.
vegetables from Big Basket or Blinkits, in that also they
Yes.
show that the person is coming, I will reach by 5 minutes, he's close to your house, like this. So in
Yes, yes,
mobile
yes.
we can.
Yes, in Zomato, we can also see where is it. He will reach in 2 minutes. Okay. Now you can start the another preparation because he is going to pizza is coming in 5 minutes. No, pizza is waiting. It will take 35 minutes. Is all the visuals. Either visual controls or color coding. Visual control means visual. Color coding means only using the colors. So either you can use color coding, either you can use visual controls, but visual controls are the best. And in I is traveling by Pune Metro, very visual. This station is this, next station is this. All is visible. All are called as visual controls. That is the POCA. It is helps us that our errors will reduce. Suppose I need to change the station, then there is an announcement. So this at this station you need to change another train for this path. So this is called as visual controls, announcements, color coding, etc. Fifth principle is called as detection. Ideally, you should think about the elimination. Ideally, you should think about the replacement. Ideally, you need to think about the prevention. If it prevention is not possible, elimination is not possible, replacement is not possible. So I am checking this. Oh, no, elimination not possible, sir. Answer is no. Okay. Replacement, sir, not possible. Forget. Okay. Prevention, sir, not possible. Forget. Facilitation, color coding, sir, not possible. Forget. So facilitation is also not there. Then can we think about the detection? Now mistakes will be made, definitely. But can we detect those mistakes? sensors in production process to detect if part orientation is correct or not. That is good example of detection. We are detecting, but by using sensors. We are detecting by using sensors. So this is the example. Detecting. We are not preventing. It is happened. Yes, it is happened. I have not prevented. Okay, let's okay. But still it is within my boundary. It is not reached to the customer. But if wrong orientation is there, can I detect? I told that story that because of the wrong orientation, OEM line was dry. So I am installing some sensors. We are detecting my orientation. Other counting of screws. It is detection. Suppose I need to place 10 screws and I have placed 8. Now it is counted and it is giving me indication that no, 2 screws are missing. Okay, it is detection. It is already happened. Okay, it is detecting like that. Okay, raising the alarm. That is called as detection. Sir, prevention not possible. Sir, elimination not possible. Sir, replacement not possible. Sir, facilitation not possible. At least can we use detection? And suppose after that is mitigation, it is very less effective as compared to the others. Even though detection is also less effective as compared to the prevention or elimination. Mitigation means we cannot eliminate. We cannot eliminate, but can we reduce the effect? Can we reduce the effect? For example, use of PPEs, airbags in cars. Airbags in cars will not prevent accident. But if accident happen, it will take care of me. So less damage. Use of PPEs. I am using helmet. I am using helmet. It does not mean that accidents can be prevented because road conditions are there, lots of conditions. But if anything happen, if I fall on my head, the helmet will survive me because that is a very critical or that is very delicate part and I need to protect it. An eraser on pencil. So I make a wrong drawing. I cannot because my skill is not yet. So I can make erase and I can again make a drawing. It is not correct. I can again erase and I can make a drawing. That is called as mitigation. So principles of Poka Yoke, I told you. First, you should think about the elimination of process, either process or subtask. So in process, there are 10 tasks. Can I eliminate one or two? If I can eliminate process, that is always good. But if not process, there are 10 tasks. Can I eliminate making the whole activity of that process? Okay, that is good. Then should I think about the replacement? As I sir told, can I replace with manual entry with some automatic entry? Manual data entry to the automatic data or punching, card punching to the finger punching to the retina punching like that. Third, elimination. Can I eliminate? So hazard, I can eliminate the hazard related to that. Suppose installing the photoelectric sensor like that. Fourth one is facilitation. I am using visual controls. I am using color coding. So, sir, all not possible. Can I use detection, some sensors? Inspection is also there, manual inspection, inspection by the sensors. But inspection by sensors is always preferable as compared to the manual inspection because we are also human beings. Again, I'm telling we are human beings. We need to remove that part, human part, because we are humans. We can make mistakes. Okay. So sensors in product processes to detect if part orientation is not correct like that. And sixth one is called as mitigation. If I'm not able to reduce the risks, if I'm not able to eliminate the risk, no facility is possible, no detection, can I at least reduce the risk level? Mitigation, particularly in safety, I am giving the example. Can I reduce the risk? It is called as mitigation. Okay. These are called as principles of Poka. Okay. Okay. So these are called as 6 principles of Poka. Somebody is saying that these are the 5 principles. So you can just take a photo. They are preventing that prevention because they are in elimination, they are claiming the prevention sometimes. But always remember elimination, replacement, facilitation. Elimination is always best. Elimination is always best. Replacement, facilitation, detection better. And mitigation, I will say good. But best is elimination. Okay. So these are the objectives. How we can do elimination, how can possible designing the process, redesigning the process or product. How replacement can be done using robotics or automation. Facilitation, how it can be done, color coding, combining steps, etc., visual controls. Detection, developing computer software, some sensors like that. When wrong input is made, wrong orientation is made, it will give indication. Mitigation means minimizing the effect of an error. We are not eliminating the error, we are just minimizing the effect of the error. Okay. Utilizing fuses for the overload circuit. That is a good example of the mitigation. Okay. So principle understood. Please type yes.
Sir, the difference between elimination and prevention.
So somebody is saying that, as I told you, so some people not mentioning the prevention, some are mentioning the prevention, but in prevention means for that activity is not eliminated, but any hazard related to that activity can be eliminated. For example, I can insert my hand in press. I am not eliminating that process, but if my hand is inserted in machine, I am using engineering controls so that machine will stop automatically. Okay, that is
Okay,
called
thank
as
you.
prevention. Okay. So you can say five principles as well. Do not put a doubt whether it is a five or six. Some people are saying five, some people are saying six. So some people are not using prevention. It is called as elimination. So forget. But always remember that elimination is best. The replacement, facilitation, detection are the better, but mitigation is good. So just think, take any process, take any part, just observe where are the chances of mistakes and please use appropriate principle. Can we eliminate this? Always ask this question. Can we replace it? Can we do some visual controls for operators? Like that, some visual controls. So in some companies, I observed that there are 4 screws. Okay. And if you pick 3 screws, there is a 1 screw is remaining. There is some light. Oh, that one screw is still missing. So some indication giving indication light, right? So these are some examples. We need to indicate that something abnormality is happening. Okay. So these are the principles of Poka. Okay. Select your process, select your product, go to the game bar, stand there, observe what are the types of mistakes can be happened in this particular job or in particular process, setup process. Out of 10 mistakes, suppose 5 mistakes, chances are that 5 mistakes will happen. So first thing, forgetfulness will happen. Second is misalignment can occur. So out of these 5, can we think of installing Poka Kaizen, facilitation, visual control, color coding? For example, in marker, operator may forget to check the color of marker and he can send the pack. So now it is color coding and it is very easy to operator. That's he need not to write and check what is the color. It is automatically visual and it reduce the fatigue, right? That is okay. Elimination is example earlier we were shaving, right? So we were using that razor blades and we need to remove that razor blade. We need to again install that razor blade. So that installing of blade activity is eliminated. For example, we need not to do that activity. That is already eliminated and is replaced with, it is both eliminated and replaced with this. Okay, disposable errors. I need not to insert that. Okay. So these are simple Poka UKs. Can anyone tell me any Poka UKs related to these principles in day-to-day life? Any principle. So, sir, this is the example of sir elimination. This is the example of replacement. Sir, this is the example of facilitation. Can anyone tell?
Where the overheating of the mobile phone has been eliminated by the has been replaced by the capacitor, so that in case the charger is kept for a longer time, so it won't affect the devices and all.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Please speak. You are observing a lots of Pokayake in your day-to-day life. Please correlate which principle is used, whether it is used elimination, replacement, facilitation, color coding. Any example?
In traffic signal, the red side light is there, no? Green, yellow, and red. It's a facilitation, no?
Very good. Very good. So even though the road signals are also facilitation Pokayake, they are indicating us, please stop. But if you are not following, then again problem. I am saying we are breaking the rules, intrinsic motivation or extrinsic motivation, but it is giving its indication, please stop. Okay. When yellow light blinks, what is the meaning? If yellow light blinks in the road signal, what is the meaning ideally?
Ready to go.
Ready to stop.
Nah, not go ahead.
No,
It is you should stop because night now it will turn into red. Please stop. But Indians take that most of the people, if it is yellow now before turning it into red, please go ahead. That is the meaning taken. But the real meaning is that you need to stop, because the next in 1 second or 2 seconds, it will turn into red and please stop. But normally, no, before turning it into red, we should cross the signal. Okay, that should not be our mentality, to be honest. Okay. Okay, any one example?
Sir, in airport, they are introduced the Digi Yatra. That also.
That is. Yes, DJ Actra is a perfect. You can explain, you can elaborate. Because of Digi Yatra, what happened? You can elaborate.
Earlier, we are going to airport. They are checking the manual and scanning our boarding pass. Now, automatic they can scanning our face and enter the Digi Yatra.
Very good example. Very good example. Thank you. Any other person? Please speak out. So there are lots of Poka cases. Please understand which principle is used, how you can change some automation. Any one more example, then we can.
Pressure
On the
cooker.
facilitation side, on the facilitation side, the AV cables,
Yes.
they have the yellow and the white marking.
Yes.
Which we can insert it easily.
Okay, very good. So understood now what is.
Even in flight, no, if the pilot is sleeping, there will be some alarm.
Oh, okay. That is also there.
Pilot is, while if he is he puts in automatic mode sometimes, and they used to sleep. So the sensor used to detect the person is sleeping. So there will be alarm. So that cabin crew will go and wake them up like this.
I came to know that this is also applicable in China for the cars. I don't know, but if it is possible, then it will be very good.
Yes, in automatic cars, sir. This Tesla car, na? Even
Huh.
in Tesla car, when you are driving, they will show the left side, the car, front side, back side. If it is getting closer, there will be alarm inside. Yes.
Very,
Yes.
very.
To avoid
So,
accident.
yes. So normally, because human and we will make mistakes, and then we need to take care. So these are the driverless. Forget, but we can make a mistake, but we should install some mechanism, some Poka, okay, so that it will not affect severely further damage. It will prevent. Okay. So principles are clear. Now we will see. Always remember there are two types. Types means prevention and detection. Prevention Poka, okay, means that defect will not occur at all. That defect will not occur at all. That is called as prevention Poka. Okay. In prevention cost. So we discussed the prevention cost, appraisal cost, internal failure cost, external failure cost. This prevention Poka is a part of prevention cost. It is not allowing defect to occur. So this is called as prevention cost. Okay. Detection means defect is generated. It is converted into a defect. Now it is visible on part. So I am not able to stop the error. Error is already happened, and not it is converted into defect now. Because error is converted to defect, now that defective part is produced. But as early as possible, I should catch before this part proceed to the next step. So that is detection pocket. Or there is crack is there. It should not be passed to the further process like that. So these are the just concept. What is prevention? What is detection? Okay. Now it is said that there are three approaches or three techniques or three categories of Poka. There are Poka competition organized by CIA, etc. So normally they are saying there are three categories of Poka. So we will see the three categories. Which are the categories or which are the approaches? Some people are saying there are three approaches of the Poka. Somebody will use the word there are three techniques of Poka. Somebody will say there are three categories of Poka. So we will see what are the three approaches or the three techniques or the three categories. First approach or first category is called as shutdown Pokayoke. Shutdown means type of Pokayoke which halts the process under specific condition. Means it is stopping the process. For example, when an operator puts hand in press machine, machine will automatically shut down on its own and hence eliminating an accident. Shut down. There is a sensor installed and hence machine is taking a decision that machine will shut down automatically. In food industry, if that metal part comes to the conveyor, that conveyor is shut down automatically. Automatically it will stop. Shut down. Entire shutdown. Machine will shut down. That is called as shutdown approach or shutdown technique of Pokaek or category of Pokaek is called as shutdown category. When particularly safety, when an operator quality, automatically the machine will shut down. It will not produce further automatically. Okay, that is called as shutdown. So second approach or second technique is called as control. What does it mean? Type of Pokayoke which does not allow a process to begin after an error has occurred. Means error has occurred. There are two approaches. One is error has occurred before turning into defect. There will be some indication or particularly that part is also registered that we are controlling. We are not shutdowning, but we are controlling that part is thrown. Machine will continue. But it is allowing a process to begin after an error has occurred. That does not allow the process after an error has occurred. It will say, no, there is indication that part is rejected. For example, a fixture on machine with sensing device will not allow the process to continue unless the part is properly inserted. So I need to insert a part. I need to put a part on a fixture. There is some sensing device, and if I not press the part correctly, I not put the part correctly, that sensing device or sensor XYZ, it is not allowing me to process further. It is not shutting down the machine, but it is giving me some indication, some pop-up, something, or machine will not start. Okay, means not processed further. So that is called as control type of POCA or control technique or control approach. Earlier, machine is shutting down automatically. Here, machine is not shutting down. It is giving us indication like that, some remarks, some pop-ups. Okay. And third is called as not only pop-ups, but it is controlling. That fixture is not allowing you like that. It is not stopping the machine. 1 minute. And third is called as warning. It is called as alarm or warning. Here, operator will get an alert that error has occurred or about to occur. Example, a warning light alerts driver when car door is not closed properly. I have not used car doors, there will be a light. Okay, as said, alarm. The pilot is feeling sleepy, there will be alarm. And then cabin crew can go and check. Okay. It is not shut down automatically. It is not controlling that sleep. But if it is sleep, operator fell sleep, it is an alarm. It is a warning. So oil level is less. There is some alarm that oil level is less. You need to fill the oil. There is some andhan, some light or some warning. Or in Uber, suppose you forgot to put seat belt. They are saying that you forgot to put seat belt. You are forgot to put seat belt like that. So these are alarms. These are warning. Okay. They are not controlling. They cannot control. You will put the seat belts or not, but it will just give an alarm. So three approaches. One is called as shutdown approach, where entire machine or the process will be shut down. Here, some control is established that suppose wrong orientation part, then it will not carry out the further processes because control is established in such a way that it is not only alarm, it is some engineering control like that. And third, it is alarm. It is only indicating you this is like that, this is like that. Okay. So these are called as three approaches: shutdown Pokayoke approach, control Pokayoke approach, and alarm or warning Pokayoke approach. And I have given examples. I have described description. First is type, second is description, and third is called as example. So you can use either three approaches. Always remember, shutdown control are always good as compared to the alarm. Okay, in alarm means it is giving you alarm. Okay, but shutdown and control are always good. Okay, so these are some examples of shutdown Poka control Poka and alarm Poka. Clear? Three approaches or three techniques or three categories. You can call either approach, either technique, or either categories.
Sir, can we call alarm Poka as a judoka?
Jidoka, there are lots of elements. Jidoka is a very detailed, but it is one of the part of it.
Shutdown and control.
Jidoka is a quick response to abnormality. Always remember, Jidoka is the quick response to abnormality. Yes, yes, anyone? Jidoka has a very deeper meaning. Yes, please.
Can you elaborate shutdown and control difference between the shutdown and control? As I am assuming the shutdown and control are the same. There is little bit of doubt.
Shutdown means, for example, that entire machine is stopping. For example, if I inserted a hand, machine will automatically disconnect. It is stopping entire the machine, entire the process, stopping the entire conveyor like that. It is completely shut down. I need to again restart. In control, suppose I inserted a wrong part, that machine will not shut down. So it will either not insert, it will not insert that part here, but machine will not shut down. So machine will be running. So what part is not fitting well because it is orientation is wrong. It is not taking a wrong orientation part. But in shutdown case, it is automatically shutting down the machine. If anything happens, shutting down the machine. That is called a shutdown. Control means it is not allowing a process to begin. Means next machine is not stopping, but suppose next operation, suppose the door closes the next operation, and I put the part in the sensor, but door will not close because it will show you have not inserted the part correctly. It will not shut down, but it is not further processing will not possible.
Okay. It will move forward only after this particular color has been developed.
Yes, or you can also tell examples from your industry because uh, it is different. And food industry, it is different. In pharma industry, it is very different. But shutdown is that, so they are not taking any chances. So it completely shut down. There is complete shutdown. So machine will stop. Automatically machine will stop. No. In control that machine will not stop, but it will not process further. Next operation will not be processed. Okay. And alarm means just it is an indication. Means either error will occur or error has occurred or about to occur. That is called as alarm.
Thank you.
Can anyone tell me the examples? You can just think for 5 minutes, and if any example you can correlate and tell me related to shutdown, control, and alarm, we
Sir, for
can discuss.
shutdown, safety light curtain, can we say it is a Poka?
Yes.
And
Yes.
limit switch, electrical panel limit switch. If you open that electrical panel door, so machine will shut down.
Yes. Yes.
So into the chemical industry, there are the system of high alarm, very high alarm, and the critical alarms. So in case of any of the error or overcharging and something, so immediately the process is not shut down. The particular process is kept on halt, in which we terminal that fail to open and fail to close. In case of any of the issues occurred, immediately we can shut down. So the Poka has been implemented in the instrumentation processes. Because in high temperature industries, we can't immediately shut down the entire process. It will be the threat for the equipment and the environmental source.
Okay.
So we proceed with the
Now,
implementation.
okay. Now let's take a simple example. Suppose earlier we were using press machines for pressing the clothes, iron. So not press machine, iron. So now suppose there is a overheated. In many years back, there was no Poka. It was turning it into red. So it was becoming very hot. So that was very dangerous. Now, after reaching to a certain level temperature, what happens? If you forgot to switch off the button, then also what will happen?
It will cut off.
Will cut off. Just like water geysers in the bathrooms.
Yes, it will be cut off. Like what? It will be automatically cut off. So there are some sensors installed. It will be automatically cutting off. Whether you have forget to switch off, it doesn't matter. He will automatically cut off. Clear?
Sir,
Okay.
why we
Now
are
let's.
like, sir,
Yes,
why we
yes.
are classifying only like three types? Suppose the machine design is changing, that is will be a okay, but that classification will comes under which one? Like if we having three pipe connections, different size, it was before in same size, then it changed into three different size, so they will not mistakenly put in the wrong connection. So this
Please
will
tell me
be
what.
not a
I think sir has already mentioned that.
We can do the color coding.
like
You can just think.
Okay, I have a two example on a control and alarm warning. Control
Okay.
for the crane or the hydra or the what you can say piranha. That is a limit switch. Okay, at a limit switch at a certain kg load, we have to control it. Okay. So
Yes.
that is the control and alarm and warning in every offices. That is the fire alarm was there at a certain fumes or the you can say the dust that dust fumes or any type of the smoke is detecting, then fire alarm is activating. Okay, so
Yes.
I think that will be the two example. And alarm again. Suppose you have a right now the four wheelers are a very upgrading version. Alarm is like a seat belt. It's giving alarm. Then tire pressure. Here in the tire, if it's a less here, so it gives a just a warning note on your dashboard, car dashboard, that your left hand, left or right side a tire having a less year. So this is the I think
Latest model
yeah,
car now, sir.
yeah,
They show the
yes.
car pressure, tire pressure in all
Tire
the
pressure.
four in the screen.
Yes. No, that's I'm just thinking how I'm correlating with this. Okay, but I'm not unable to get the one example of the shutdown. So I have to think over that again. Okay,
Yes,
thank
you
you.
can think of shutdown means I am also finding difficult to put example, but this
Mm.
example I witnessed that in press
We can
machine we
have
put
this one
hand,
example, na? If suppose in the high temperature mobile phone is getting overheat, immediately the entire mobile is getting shut down.
machine will shut down. Now let's discuss the example of lift. Okay, earlier suppose there was incident in Pune as I told. Now suppose weight is 400 kgs and suppose there is safety factor and 380 kgs it is allowing and suppose it is above that 380 or 390. Now the lift will not shut down. Huh? Lift will not shut down, but it will not allow the next process. Next process is, for example, lifting up the uh, man or woman, but it is not lifting up. It is not shutting down. No, this road completely shut down. And parallelly, it is giving alarm as well. So it is a combination of control and alarm. Shutdown means the only example I can tell in shutdown, what I observe is that engineering controls I have put on machines, and when I put any operator puts hand in that, that machine is shut down automatically. We need to again restart the machine.
But
Completely shut down. There is for total disconnection. Disconnection and again we need to start.
this is an example in a
Particularly for
beverage
the
industry. Sir, I have an
sir,
example of this same thing in all three shutdown
please,
control.
please, please,
So in
please give.
beverages industry, there is one machine which is we called the filling machine, right? It is interlinked with
Hello.
the pasteurizer machine, right? In that case, if
Okay,
there is
okay,
a bulk is
okay.
not pasteurized, right?
Mm-hmm.
The filling machine automatically get alarms to the pasteurizer machine and shut down at that
Mm-hmm.
moment, right? The further process is not happening. And before that, they were giving the alarm, and also in control, they have given the indications why it is going to be shut down.
Oh, very
Yeah, in
okay.
that case, the operator can understand there is some problem related to the posturization in the process.
Sir, some of
And
the daily use, no, Pokayoke, which I personally feel in our daily life, like if you're using microwave open, if the door is open, machine will not start. Same thing is
Yes.
for washing machine also. If your door is open, or if there is any, just to avoid this water leaks,
Okay.
then
Otherwise, I will tell you. Oh, yes, yes. Water
best
leaks.
one
Yes.
is, sir, even when we are typing nowadays email, so they will show us the words, a grammar check and all. This is also
Yes,
one
yes,
example. Yes.
yes.
Down one example,
Now
day-to-day life
there
would
are.
be
Uh,
nowadays the charging of your mobile phones, there is a technology. If you set a limit, if your phone reaches 100% battery level, further it won't be charged. So overheating and overcharging and expansion of the liquid lithium ion battery is controlled.
so it is a shutdown. It is automatically shut downing.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
charging won't happen beyond person. You can either set the limit in your phone settings, be it 80%, 100% or something, or it's when fully charged, further charging won't be there.
After that, it will cut, sir.
The
It will
circuit
not
doesn't continue
charge
yeah,
further if you fix the limit.
yeah.
Yes, it is.
in
Suppose
Suppose
there are
you
two
fix
examples.
80% charging you require only. After that, it will not charge further.
Yeah,
And it
and
will
at
get
the
cut.
end of the charging cable, you won't find the current.
in iPhone
Okay.
similar, na? In iPhone also, na?
All mobiles, all
If there is
latest
a
mobiles have that technology.
yes, if it is moisture, then it won't be charged until the phone get dried or there will be
Very good. Now we discuss that, for example, oven or washing machine. Normally, suppose door is open, machine will not start. And second is, suppose machine is running, machine is in running condition, and when you will open the door of the washing machine, what will happen?
No, it will not open. It will not open. Running machine, even if
In
you
running
try.
machine, door will not
Yeah,
open, or when
in
the door
automatic,
machine
even
will
if you
start?
try, it will not open.
No,
Yeah.
some models do
It
open, but
open,
that's the
but
control,
it will
sir.
If it
stop,
is
sir.
semi-automatic, then I'm
Yeah.
talking about fully automatic. It will not
Yes,
open.
semi-automatic, what I'm observing, when we open the door, machine will stop. And I don't know in full automatic, I don't have the full automatic. So it will not allow the door to open, I don't know.
automatic also this principle. If the top lid is open, then machine will be stopped.
Yes, yes.
Then it is a shutdown. If it is machine will be stopped, then it is a shutdown.
Yeah,
Poka.
yeah,
That is
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
example.
This is a shutdown. Yes, yes. This is a
So then it is a shutdown exam. If it is machine is
In,
stopping, that is one more example we can add in a shutdown. Okay.
in
So
CNC
just
mission,
understand
sir.
the category. Huh.
In CNC mission, suppose during the running the part, we have to open the door. Na? That time also shut down the machine. Immediately shut down. In CNC
Okay,
missions.
okay, okay. So understood these three approaches. So whether it is a shutdown or control, okay, sometimes you are not getting examples. It is also okay. But for me, what is important is that we are not either allowing a defect to occur, or if defect is occurred, we are not allowing the defect to pass. For me, that is very, very important. Okay. So you can shut down, control, or alarm, SCW or SCA. You can remember that three approaches: SCW or SCA, shutdown, control, and alarm, or shutdown, control, and warning. Okay. Remember these three words: SCW or SCA. Okay. So this is called as approaches. Now let's proceed further. Now suppose I want to install Poka and machine. So these are the three. I can use shutdown approach, I can use control approach, or I can use warning approach. Whatever approach I can use. But in order to install this Poka case on machine, I need to use certain devices. Agree or not? Either it may be limit switch, photoelectric sensor, etc., etc. Now, we will see, suppose I am using some devices in order to use Pokayoke. So, I am going to use the Pokayoke systems, but in order to use these Pokayoke systems, I am using certain devices. So, by depending on the type of devices, it is said that there are three methods of using Pokayoke systems. I am again repeating, categories are simple three: shutdown, control, and warning. So now I need to use some devices. So for example, I am using these devices, and by using these devices, this is the example of control Poka. So either you can use the sensor, it may be an example of shutdown, it may be example of control, it may be example of warning, anything. But the device I am using is a sensor. So based on the devices used to install Poka, okay, there are three methods. So first is called as contact method. What does it mean? Contact method. It is a device. It is a works by detecting whether a product makes a physical or energy contact with sensing device. For example, suppose in the old days, so we remember this limit switches, right? So I was working in die casting industry, and there were this type of limit switches, very manual limit switches. So suppose door is open. So suppose first step is door is open. And when door is touching to this limit switch, then and then only there was sensor is sensor, there was a sensor, and it which gives indication to the spray. And then only the spray is coming down like this. So suppose these are the dies are dies. When dies are open like that and it reaches to this home position, because it is operating in the limit switches, and then this sensor is going to the spray. There is a one unit called as spraying. I need to spray on that dice. But unless and until this limit switch is operated, unless and until that signal is received to the spray, it is not coming down. Now that door is open, now this spray is coming down. It is spraying that coolant, etc. on this dice. Suppose it is spraying. Okay. And now after spraying for 10 seconds, 20 seconds like that, it again goes to the home position. And again, there is a limit switch. When this spray unit reaches to this home position, there is again limit switch, suppose here. And when that spraying unit reaches to that limit switch, again that signal goes to the die, and again dies are coming forward. And that machine is closed. Door is coming forward, dies are coming forward, machine is closed, again door is coming, and door is also closed. But what is the sequence? First is opening the door, second is opening of the dies. When the door is open, dies are open, then there is a sensor to the spraying unit, please come. The spraying unit is coming down, spraying to the dies. After spraying, it is going back. Again, there is a limit switch. It is operated. Now, again, signal is that die is closed. So, die is again closing and then door is closing. So, I am using the limit switches. But here, limit switch is a physical limit switch. It is a mechanical limit switch. And hence, it is called as contact method. It is called as contact method because that is in contact with limit switch. Door is in contact with limit switch. Die is in contact with limit switch. Spray unit is in contact with limit switch. So these are mechanical sensors, mechanical limit switches, some guides which we are using. So these are in contact. So you can use shutdown Poka, control Poka, alarm Poka, but by using contact method type. So one method is contact method. Means here there is physically contact is happening either with the lever, either with the limit switches, either with the micro switches, like that. And because of physical contact, further signals are processing and accordingly process are operating. So first method is called as contact method, where there is in contact. There is in contact. I explain the example. So door is opening, again it is operating to sensor. Die is opening, there is a sensor limit switch. Again spray is coming down, spray is spraying, again it is going to the home position. Again that sensor is operating, again that dies are coming and door is coming. This everything process is controlled, but while using the limit switches. That is called as contact method. Also in old days, for example, when my extractor is coming out, that extractor is extracting the jobs from the machine, and there is a mechanical switch and there is some lever. So when it touches to this lever, then it is indication that job is completely came outside of the machine, and then next process are happening. That job is again touching to the that lever of the sensor. So these methods are called as contact methods. So we are using some devices, and one of the category is called as contact method. So devices are in contact with that either door, die, etc. And then these devices are giving signals. This is called as contact method of using Poka systems. We are using the Poka, but how? We are using the Poka by using contact method. So that is called as contact method Poka. Now, the second method is called as fixed value method. What does it mean? For example, I need to put 10 screws. I need to put 10 screws. So now the system is like that, it will count. Suppose if I installed 10 screws, then and then only further process will possible. For example, I hold job in fixture, I put the job in fixture, and manually, suppose I need to assemble 10 screws. And if suppose I assembled 9 screws, and now if I try to open the job, declamping, so declamping will not happen. Even though I'm trying to declamp the jobs, it is saying no, you need to insert 10 screws. You have inserted only 9. So that is connected. So that is called as counting. That device is counting. No, you installed only 9 screws. Unless and until you insert 10 screw, declamping will not happen. So this is called as fixed value method. Whether we are counting, we are counting. So
Like
I'm
सर
counting.
एयरपोर्ट में सर पानी पानी का बॉटल एटीएम से निकालना वो भी इसी तरह होगा ना फिक्स्ड वैल्यू
Yes,
method. If
yes,
we
yes,
put
fixed
the
value.
coin, then only it will come out bottles
Yes, fixed
or
value.
cold drink.
Fixed value. Suppose in Coca, suppose I need to insert 100 ml. So it is fixed value. It is 100 ml is inserted. So it is taking care. Some sensors are taking care of that. So there are tank and we need to just, there are bottling units and I need to insert 100 ml Coke in that bottle. So there are the called fixed value method. This is 100 ml. It will take care. That 100 ml Coke is taken from that storage and filled in that bottle. That is called as fixed value method. Got it? Fixed value means I am giving the signal that you have just assembled only 9 screws because that is counted. Oh, 9 screws are assembled. That declamp will not happen. That is again automatically controlled. Okay. That is called as fixed value method. Understood? In contact method, there is a contact, but in fixed value, it is need not to be physical contact. Huh? It is need not to be physical contact. I am just sensor I installed. I'm just counting. Okay. That is called as fixed value. But in contact method, there is a physical contact. In fixed value method, for example, there is some sensor. That sensor is counting, but it is sensor is installed above. It is just counting. Oh, only 9 screws. No, one screw is spending. It is called as fixed value method. Okay, got it? Now let's discuss one example. Very simple example. Suppose earlier I was going to the bank to withdraw the money. Okay. So I am not going to ask you what is the procedure. Normally, I ask the procedure how you can remove the or withdraw the money from the bank. But let's discuss that you were at the cashier. 25 years back, just imagine that you were at the cashier and cashier was counting the notes. Okay. I'm again repeating. It is again a human activity. Human can make mistakes. Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Yes, yes, sir.
Even though I'm a cashier, I'm having 30 years of experience of counting the notes. But now my age is also increasing. Something is happened. I'm absent-minded. I'm distracted. And even my actually brother-in-law is also cashier in a bank. He was telling sometimes he need to give money from his own pocket because sometimes he will give 101 notes to the customer. And
Yes,
unfortunately, he was telling that when he was giving 99 notes to the customer is saying, so sir, one note is less. But sometimes if I am giving 101 notes, some are all the honest customers. They will return that 100 rupees note or 500 rupees note to me. But some people say, no, this is okay, sir. They were not giving that note back to the cashier. And my brother-in-law, he was also facing the problem because he need to put the money from his own pocket. So people were not honest. They were not telling. If it's 99 you give, they will tell, sir, one note is less. So this note is condition is not good. So you please replace the note.
But
But if
sir,
I give
nowadays this counting machine
that is
even
example,
checks
I am giving.
fake money also they check that machine.
Yes, yes, yes. Now just check that we have installed that note counting, correct? So note counting machine. So now see the advantages. Huh? My brother-in-law was saying that there was a lot of fatigue because he need to count it manually, and also it is consuming time. Why time? Because first cashier is counting 100 notes, then customer is counting 100 notes. It is about time. And again, there is a chances that I can give one more note like that. And suppose the fake money, as you rightly say. Now, because of that note counting machine, it is which type of Poka? It is a combination of both contact and fixed value method. It is also there is a contact of notes with the machine or sensor, and again it is also counting the notes. So it is a combination of both contact method and fixed value method. Now see the difference. Huh? Now time is less. Second, accuracy. And earlier, my brother-in-law was giving the money from his own pocket. Now, if there is a problem with the sensor, that he can so there is you can check the sensor. He is calling that supplier. So it is giving less count like that. So it is accountability is also lies with the supplier. Early he was only accountable, even though he's tired, even though he's fatigued. So he need to give the money from his own pocket. So it is a very simple but very effective poker again nowadays. We are counting the notes. They are also checking the fake notes. They are also checking, for example, the condition of the notes, and also less time is required. So I am using the Poka AK, but here I use the method fixed value method as well as the counting method. Okay. Now suppose in highways there are sensors, speed guns. There are speed guns which calculate the speed of your vehicle. And suppose it is 80 kilometer per hour is allowed, and if you are driving at 100 kilometers per hour, there will be a fine to you. Which type of Poka is this? Whether that speed gun is in contact with our car?
I think it will be fixed value.
Yes, it is a fixed
Yeah,
value.
it's a fixed
But
one.
here not value, but it is a speed. It is
Fixed
just
value.
counting. It is counting. It is counting the speed, but it is not in contact. Huh? Earlier it was a contact. Here it is not in contact. It is just calculating. It is just counting the speed of the vehicle. Clear? So first type is called as contact method. You can use the contact method, and Poka can be of shutdown type, alarm type, warning type. Second is called as fixed value method, where either you counting the number of screws, number of bolts, number of joints, etc., etc. And then also one method that is, for example, that counting the speed of the car. Okay.
Like when we go
In
to hotels nowadays, they give that key na sensor to use in the
yes,
hotel room. That will be
yes, yes.
fixed value method or
So normally we were putting that key physically. That is a contact method.
okay. Thank you, sir.
For the lights, there is a master key. I'm just removing. Okay. Now, third category, I need explanations from you because I haven't used this too much, but it is called as motion sequence method. Theory I can explain. Motion sequence method means it senses whether a predetermined step or motion is carried out or not. And if that predetermined step or motion or time it is not, then it is giving either alarm or stopping the machine. For example, I will use pen, and you can also give example from your side. Suppose there is a part and I need to apply a glue, or there is some automatic dispenser is there, and this dispenser, sorry, this dispenser travels in that direction, and this dispenser putting the glue or oil on this surface. Okay, and this travels from this location to this location. Unfortunately, something is happened because of some flash or etc. Suppose this stop here. So that sensor need to travel there, and there will be automatic dispenser of oil or glue. It need to cover suppose 100 mm distance, and at 90 mm it is stopped. So now that's motion sequence method. It will predetermine the motion. It need to travel 100 mm, but it is traveled only 90 mm, and that is giving signal. That is called as motion sequence method. Or one example I can quote. For example, my cycle time is 40 seconds, and that 40 seconds cycle time is there, and after 40 seconds certain steps will occur, and these steps will not occurring according to the standard. For example, it need to travel 100 mm and then 200 mm, but it is traveling up to 90 mm. Then it is sensing that your travel is not completed. Your travel is not completed, and it is giving an indication. It is sensing the motion. It is sensing the motion. 100 mm distance need to cover, you covered only 90 mm, fault may occur. So this is the cycle time, and this cycle time, this should be the sequence. Certain activities need to be completed. These certain activities are not completed, or they are completed in less time, means there will be something lacuna is there. So this is called as motion sequence. So either we are, for example, glue example. So they are tracking the motion, or they are tracking that certain cycle time is there, and these will be the steps, and I have completed this activity in less time, means there is something defect is occurred, because you have bypassed something. That is called as motion sequence method. So I'm tracking the motion. So this is not a good example, this is not a relation to this, but for example, I'm just tracking the motion of a car. So my driver is driving my wife, I'm just tracking the motion. So in school days, in Pune, there is a one school. So earlier, what happened? There
Example,
was
I can
some
say,
fields. Pardon?
That this car nowadays, this automatic car, if we put
Mm-hmm.
the our brake pedal, if we press the
Mm-hmm.
pedal, then only that vehicle will start. I think
Very
that
good.
is the example of motion.
Yes, correct example, sir. That is correct
Yes, sir.
example.
Yes.
I
So
can,
means
I
we
can,
are. Yes, please.
sir, I can give you an example like it may be suitable. For example, from Noida to Agra Expressway, if you cover the
Mm-hmm.
distance less time, then they will fine you that you are driving at greater speed than the
Okay.
speed was allowed on that expressway, and the
Okay.
brake.
Okay. Very good.
What he
So
means to
this.
say that in the car, there is a no location-wise speed limit is fixed. So in our car,
Okay.
that signal will come that you are over speeding like this.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And one more example, I don't know whether that example, but here either we are tracking the motion and then we are giving the feedback. But one of the incident in happened. So normally these incidents are happening in lots of cities regarding to the safety of our childs. So one of the incident happened at the girls and boys, and the driver is behaving not good. So there was an incident happened in Pune that last stop was of that girl. She was having only 5 to 6 years old, and she is not able to tell anything. But driver did wrong behavior with that girl, and she was not able to speak. And that was the incident was very. Then people were very angry. That which drivers you are, but that was the problem. But driver, it is driver's behavior at all. But what the school did, I'm not telling that his actions are perfect, but this can happen to anyone because our sons, our daughters are all also studying, and they're also coming with the bus, and we are also doing our jobs. But their safety is our topmost priority, right? And particularly with the girls, these are happening. So first action they have taken that one attendant, the lady attendant is added. Lady attendant is added in that bus. So I'm not saying it is a Poka, okay, but it's a lady attendant. And second, what they did, it is very good. So they were tracking the routes of the
Yeah,
bus.
there is a classic example, sir, in countries
Uh,
like UAE. So suppose the
uh,
child boards the bus.
uh,
So the conductor, what you are saying, now, attender, they have to
uh,
fill in the iPad or tab
yeah.
that this
Okay.
student has boarded. So that message will go to the school management. Once he reaches the school, C gets down, the C will again, the attender will once again, give the remarks in the tab. The parents will come to know that the child has, reached the school. Same thing while coming from the school. So that is also
Yes.
a type of Poka-yoke.
Yes, and sir, what they did, so they were tracking the buses and they fix the route. For example, 101 bus, they will track that route. And if that driver is violating that rule, more particularly what that incident happened, there was a public area and particularly driver was taking the bus very far away where there is a silent area, people were not there, and he was doing misbehavior with that girl. Now they installed a tracker. So this 101 bus, it should travel in the direction only. And they were tracking. If driver is taking different route, automatically there is a phone is coming.
Yeah, GPS
So they are
tracking. Yes,
tracking,
sir. Yes,
they are tracking their motion. What is the bus? 101 bus should follow this route. Unfortunately, these actions are taken after that incident is occurred. But these are the some we can use some pokayokes like that, some controls like that. One attendant is there, you are saying that yes. But now they are tracking the routes as well, and that one person is dedicated to that. As soon as route is changed, there is a call coming. And there is one lady attendant is also added. Because
also,
most
sir,
of the
if children's, this play school children's, in some
Mhm.
countries, they give access in their mobile. Parents can check, how the maids and teachers are handling their babies, no? So from
Okay,
mobile,
okay.
they can check and through camera while they are, in the house or working area. So
Oh,
how their childrens are being taken care in the this preschools
oh,
like this. Yeah.
oh. Oh, okay, so thank you. So just to summarize, there are three types of or three methods. Either you can use contact type sensors, either you can use that fixed value method, or either you can use motion sequence method. But our purpose is to either prevent the defect or accident to occur, or either to catch a defect before it proceed to the next station. And you can use shutdown, you can use control, you can use warning. Shutdown and control is always better as compared to the warning. But to install this Pokayokes, you need to use three methods, either contact method, fixed value method, or motion sequence method. So you can use any of the method, or you can use the combination of method or all three methods. Okay. Now let's proceed further. The only 3 to 4 slides are remaining. So these are three rules of Pokayoke, very simple rules. First is called as don't wait for the perfect Pokayoke. It is called as do it now. So yes, it will take a time for perfect okay, but if you are going to implement some of the action immediately, then it is always good. It is called as DIN. Do it now. Do not waste time. Do not waste time. Do it now. I know that it is not perfect yet, but at least suppose success rate was different. Its success rate will lose 50%. That is rule number 2. But do it now, immediate. That is first rule. So don't wait for the perfect okay. As soon as possible, as early as possible, please try to install Pocket. Rule number 2. If your Pokayoke idea has better than 50% chance to succeed, do it. Ideally, it should be 100%, but earlier there was 0%. But now at least 50% chances are there that they are capturing the defects. Earlier there was huge chances, 100% chances. Now it is 50% chance, but I can detect the defect or I can prevent defect. Agreed, 100% is not there, but at least 50% loss will be minimized. So that is rule number 2. First rule is DIN, do it now, as early as possible. Second, if chances are 50%, okay, do it. And third is improve later. It is almost same, improve later. Always remember that there is a journey. There is a journey. For example, when Ford developed the first car, you remember they forget to put the reverse gear. Even in autos, there were no reverse gear. So it is a journey. Then they could reverse here. It is we are very finding very difficult. So every product is a evaluation, whether it is a car, whether it is any product, computer. Earlier, hard disk was lifted by the crane. So that was the picture. You can just Google out on net that hard disk was lifted by a crane, and the size of that hard disk was almost half of the room. Suppose I have a room of 10 to 15 feet. So size of the hard disk was almost 50% of the room, and that hard disk I need to lift with the help of crane. And funny thing is that that hard disk was able to store, the capacity of hard disk was 2 MB. Just imagine, capacity of hard disk is 2 MB. It requires crane to lift that hard disk, and the size of the hard disk is near to the half size of the room. But it was the first invention. Then there are later on improvement. So earlier there was no camera, camera was there. Then it was very difficult to develop the photos. We were getting the photos after 15 days. Earlier camera was very huge, very bulky. Then came the Kodak camera, the reel. So we need to capture the photos, but we were not able to see the photos. Then it came the digital camera. So that camera is also out of the competition, out of the market. Then the digital camera, and now the digital camera is also out of the market because of everything we can do carry out with the help of our phone. So camera, then Kodak camera, films, then digital camera is also now phone is everything. So these are the changes. These will occur over the time. So three rules of Poka, okay? Do it now. If 50% chances are succeed, go for it. And do it now, improve later. Improvement, always remember, the biggest room is room for improvement. And there is no end for the improvement. So these are the three rules of Poka. Okay. So which are the best for you Poka? Okay, we will discuss. Then we will have one or two slides only. So these are the called as for you best Poka UKs. First is called as guide pins. Suppose I'm ensuring that parts is assembled in correct way. So wrong orientation is not there. So these are called as guide pins. Guide pins are used so that we cannot do the wrong assembly. So first best Poka is called as guide pin. Second is called as jigs. Jigs, fixture, they are detecting the defects immediately. The job is not fitted very well in fixture, jigs. It is detected automatically. It is called as jigs. Third is called as limit switches that can sense the presence or absence of a part, why the part is present or not present. So that is called as limit switches, sensors like that. Counters. Counter means that verify the correct number of parts. Suppose 100 count is there, 100 notes should be counted. So these are counters. They are counting the correct number of parts. And fifth is very simple Poka, okay? Checklist. Checklist is also a Poka, okay? The simplest form of Poka, okay, is checklist. While I am traveling, I have made a checklist that I will carry these items. And normally I was forgetting to carry items in when I was packing the bag in hurry. So I make a checklist. So I need to carry this. And how I make a checklist, I started. So from example, I wake up. So from sunrise to the going to the bed. What are the activities I am doing? I have just imagined. For example, I am doing brush. So I need to carry a brush. I am applying the oil to my hairs. I need to carry the oil. Suppose I am using talcum powder. I need to use the talcum powder. I am spraying the perfume. So I need to use perfume. I am taking tablets at 9 a.m. So I need to pack the tablets like that. So at 6 p.m. I have again tablets. So by just I am imagining from wake up to going to the bed, what are the activities, and accordingly I prepare the checklist. That can be one method. So second method is from top to bottom. Just imagine our body. For me, from top to bottom, just consider top, hair. For hair, what I require, suppose oil, very good. Then, for example, eyes. I need to carry my spectacle. So I need to carry spectacle like that. For example, then air. I need to use earphones while conducting meeting. I need to pack earphones like that. For example, nose. Suppose I need to use masks. So I can pack the masks like that. So accordingly, I made checklist before going to the traveling. Before traveling, I make a checklist. Very simple. So before packing my luggage, I just have a lookout at the checklist. and then I can fill my luggage. So that is a checklist. Even though it is very simple, normally our parents or our grandparents, when they were going to the grocery stores, they were carrying out checklist, and we have forgotten this very simple. So normally I go to the DMart, I need to purchase 5 items, and I came with 25 items. But my father, my grandfather, they were going with the 10 items list. They were coming with the 10 items. We are going with the 10 items list. I purchased 40 items. I'm not going into that details. There are marketing, etc. But normally I'm not preparing the checklist. When you prepare the checklist, I need to carry only these items only. So I one technique I'm using. So when I did any purchasing from any stores, so when I come to the billing counter, I just remove 2 things from it. That is rule, because normally unnecessary purchase I am doing. I went there for 10 items, so I am purchasing 40 items. I need to remove 2 things. That is my rule. So either remove XYZ because it is unnecessary purchase. So checklist is also good Poka. Okay. So guide pin, jigs, limit switches, counters, and checklist. So these are called as 5 best Poka. Okay. Either you can use checklist, counter, limit switch, jigs, and guide pins. Okay. Now we will see the difference between error and mistake proofing. So normally people are using the same words, error and mistake. There is not so much difference, but let's discuss what is error proofing and what is mistake proofing. Can anyone tell me what is error proofing, what is mistake proofing? Anyone? Okay. So see this error proofing. Always remember error proofing is proactive. Error proofing is proactive means we are focusing on designing of products. We are focusing on the designing of products. Focus is on design part. The defect should not occur. Accident should not happen. So that thinking is called as error proofing. Mistake proofing is a reactive approach. It is a practice of designing the process to maximize probability that defect will be identified. Means we are focusing on that defect will be identified before it proceed further. But our focus is on identification. Always remember, error proofing is always good. But suppose I launched a product. Now I produced 100 vehicles. And then I came that idea, this, yes, error proofing can be done. But now I have produced that, right? So in order to track or in order that defect should not proceed to the next process, I can use mistake proofing. Error proofing is in design stage, but it's already started. Production is started, but now I take care that that defect I have not taken care in design. Okay, for further product, I will modify the design. But right now, I have the design and accordingly products are produced and there are chances of defects, for example. But how can I catch the defects as early as possible? So that approach is called as mistake proofing. Example is reverse here. Sorry. Actually, vehicle cannot start if driver is not wearing the seat belt. This is the example of error proofing. Sorry, I need to change that. I need to change that. So this example is of error proofing. Vehicle cannot start. My car will not start if driver is not wearing the seat belts. It will not start. That is error proofing. This is mistake proofing. Warning light, a beep if I forgot to wear the seat belt. So there will be some warning light. So this is again mistake from my side. It is again human mistake. So this is mistake proofing means warning light or beep sound if the driver not wearing the seat belts. It is unintentional. Okay. So this is the example. Error proofing means normally we are focusing on the designing. It is a proactive approach. And mistake proofing, it is a reactive approach. And normally we are focusing that we should not allow the defect to process further. So that is called as mistake. Okay. Now this is the last slide. When you are using Poka Yoke worksheet, as I told, you need to ask question. You need to ask question. First, suppose any incident, accident is written there. Forget about this step. It is suppose accident is there or some activities I write down. So this is the description of incident, accident or any process. There are 10 processes or 10 steps to complete this process. 10 steps to complete this operation, for example. So first question I need to ask, can I eliminate one of the steps? There are 10 steps. Can I eliminate? The process elimination is always good, but if process elimination is not there, either steps can I eliminate? Making the holes on that talcum powder, that is eliminated. Can I eliminate? Can activity can be eliminated? Second, I should ask this sheet, use any incident, any accident, any defect, any process, any machine. Okay, then ask these questions. Can I replace? Can it be automated? So my operator was pressing the foot pedal 300 times in an hour and operator will be fatigued. Can I automate this process? Okay, can I automate this process? I always remember one sentence. In Japanese, there is one word, that word called as muri. Word called as muri. M-U-R
Unevenness.
I. No, muri,
Overburden.
mura,
Muri,
mura
muri
means
is
unevenness.
overburden. Overburden.
Mori is overburden. And
Muri,
always
Muda.
remember that Mura Muri. Muda is waste, Mura is unevenness, and Muri is overburden. So always remember, you should not overburden operator and you should not overburden machine. That is golden rule. You should not overburden operator. You should not overburden machine. Even though we are listening some stories in companies as well, you should not overburden employees. Do not give lot of stress. You should not overburden them. These are also human beings. You should not cross your limits, right? Productivity नहीं चाहिए, productivity चाहिए. Yes, sir, they are also human. Yeah, they are working 12 hours. They are standing 12 hours. They are standing for the 8 hours. There should be some humanity. Yeah, you are expecting that they should do 100%. I'm not doing, but please do not overburden. So do not overburden human and do not overburden machine. That is golden rule. So that word is important, Muri. So can it be automated? My operator is fatigued. My operator is tired. My wife is fatigued. My wife is tired. For example, now there are mixtures, right? Earlier, my mother was, there was no mixture in our home. There was no gas stove in our home. She was cooking on kerosene stove. There was no mixture. Manually, she was grinding everything. Now, my mother, she is fatigued. She is cooking food for us, but she fatigued. We are just eating. She is taking care of us. Can we automate something? Oh, there is a mixture. Okay. There is a gas stove. Earlier, there was kerosene stove. She need to pump that stove. Lots of fatigue. Can we automate something? Because we need to reduce fatigue of our wife. We need to reduce fatigue of our mother. So operators are all the same. These are also human beings. Yeah. So just think, can we automate a little bit? I'm not saying full scale automation. It will cost more. It can be further, but less automation, some low cost automation can we use? Can we prevent? Can the mistake physically prevented? So I am putting hand. Okay. So yes, if I put hand, that incident, can I prevent that mistake, that incident? Machine is automatically shut down. So accidents will prevent. Facilitation, can I use visual controls? Can I use color coding for this process, this XYZ process? Can I use detection? Detection Poka, okay. Suppose not prevention Poka not possible. And can I use mitigation? How can effect can be minimized? Okay, so this is the last slide. So you can use this Poka, okay, worksheet. Okay. So we completed the training and thank you very much. And I hope you learned something. And if I won't able to answer, I'm extremely sorry. But we can have in contact on WhatsApp. But I tried to answer your questions. And suppose if I'm not able to answer anything, please excuse me. but I tried to explain in simple language as per my knowledge. And yes, we can have a recap. Please put your comments in chat box. So before that, we will have a quick recap. Can anyone tell me what we learned today? Started with what? You have 4 minutes. Or best way is I will just run the slides. You can just check and I will just repeat. Or it will save our time. Okay. So today, so this was yesterday, Baka Yoke. We did lots of recap. What is error? Examples of error yesterday: missing part, misassembled part, incorrect processing, incorrect parts. Today we started with impacts of the error: injuries, lost time, lost money, possibly lost business. That will be the consequence. Then we discussed that error versus defect. Error is a cause, defect is a result. It is a part of process, it is a part of product. It cannot travel to the next station, defect can travel to the next station. 10 types of human mistakes: forgetfulness, misunderstanding, wrong identification, errors made when untrained workers are deployed, willful errors, inadvertent errors mean fatigue or distraction, errors due to slowness, errors due to lack of standards, surprise errors, intentional errors. Okay. Then this exercise we did yesterday. So can we eliminate errors? Yes, we can eliminate errors. So concept of ZDQ. Okay. This is not the part. So what causes defects? So poor or inadequate procedures or standards, faulty machines, non-conforming material, own tooling, and human mistakes. I also told you that humans are doing mistakes. Please train them. If again they are doing mistakes, they are finding it difficulty, make their job easy. If their jobs are easy, again they are ignoring the rules purposely. Motivation, intrinsic or extrinsic. But they are not doing intentionally. They are trained. We have implemented Kaizens, but they forget. Then use Poka. Okay. Then 4 components of ZDQ: point of origin inspection, 100% audit checks, immediate feedback, and Poka. Okay. So we saw what is source inspection, what is quick feedback, what is 100% audit check, what is Poka. Then these are the principles of Poka: elimination, replacement, prevention, facilitation, detection, mitigation. Okay, always elimination, prevention, these are best. Replacement, facilitation are better, and mitigation is good. 3 approaches: shutdown, control, and alarm. Examples: contact method, fixed value method, motion sequence method. 3 rules of Poka. 5 ways to Poka: guide pins, jigs, fixtures, limit switches, counters, checklist. Error proofing versus mistake proofing. Proofing is proactive, mistake proofing is reactive. We are working on the design part in error proofing. Here we are also considering that defect will not process to the next step, that is mistake proofing. And how to use the Poka worksheet. Write down any activity, write down any incident, and then ask this question: can we eliminate? Can it automated? Can it be prevented? Mistake. Can visual controls can be established? Color coding can be done? How can mistake immediately detected? And then how can the effect be minimized? So thank you all of you. Now it's open forum. You can type your feedbacks in chat box. I will stop sharing. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope.
Yes, sir. We enjoyed really. We acquired, knowledge, and especially, the background stories, genesis like of Poka, and that Ford cars and all that you have explained, mashallah, very well. And we got enlightened, and definitely it will be very useful for us in our industries, in our day-to-day life. And we will be happy to, join future programs also if you are conducting, just to acquire knowledge and, implement in our profession. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome,
Thank you. I hope and wish you a happy learning.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon all. This is
Thank you,
Adi.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Actually, that was very good information was there. Your examples were very excellent. Thank you. Thank you for the session.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we will
Thank
be
you,
in
sir.
touch. And if any problem, please text me. And I think you will get certificates after 15 days. You need not to worry. And I will also share the content.
Please share the PPT, sir.
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you once
Okay.
again.
Thank you very
Thanks a
much.
lot.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, how we will get the certification in mail?
Yes, yes, yes. You will get
You
it.
will.
You can contact admin. I think you will get in 10 to 15 days. 15 days. You first you need to fill the feedback form and then you will get the certificates. Do not worry. And
Okay.
tomorrow I will share the content.
Okay, sir. You will share the content in to mail only, na, sir?
In that WhatsApp group.
In WhatsApp group. Okay, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can I
Thank you.
please in WhatsApp group will you please share what are the next sessions, more
Okay.
sessions so that we can join?
Yes, yes, definitely. And I'm once again typing my mobile number. You can text me, anyone. So this is my WhatsApp number. If any doubt, please ask. I am happy to clear your doubts.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.